of last year. So you are seeing that stock, especially when you're looking at reporting net revenue for the third quarter, that did miss estimates, and it also cut its full year guidance for adjusted earnings per share, well below those expectations. And then the stock was already down over 10% year to date coming into today. And then of course, Urban Outfitters, another throwback retailer, right? URBN down 9%. So also on pace for its worst day since May 2022. So looking at that, its third quarter comparable sales from its namesake banner did miss estimates, though you have Anthropologie and Free People outperforming those expectations. But that stock, though, was actually up actually more than a third this year. It was up about 30%, 37% year to date. So it had actually a big move relative to some of these other retailers, even though it is down a lot today. So those are three were some I'm keeping in mind heading into those Black Friday sales.
Are either of you going to shop on Friday?
I'm not physically going into. I will be here on Friday, so I will not be going into.
Get right in there.
I know. Look how happy Paul is. The smile on his face, twinkle in the eye.
I get to work with Carol Master.
Oh, I love
what
that.
a treat.
That's going to be great.
That's why
what a star. We all love Carol.
I hope to not be in a mall.
Not be in a mall.
Right. But
I do it all online.
I did do a little shopping last week, and my mom said, I hope those things don't go on sale next week. So, and of course, I'm just like, gosh, I'm not part of the shopping culture. I should have thought of this. And now I'm thinking, dang, do I have to go back and get them at the discounted price?
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, I just
return policy
point, click. Or what I give my kids, I just pull out, just give them cash, and that's how it works.
Oh, that's right.
Some of that.
Yeah, exactly. Jess Menton, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Jess Menton, she covers all the markets for us. All right, let's round table this open AI. I'm going to call it a debacle, and that's editorializing, but it just seems to me it's a debacle, and I think Silicon Valley should be embarrassed by what's happened over the last 4 or 5 days. But we're going to bring in some smart people who analyze this stuff much better than I do. Mandeep Singh, he's a senior tech analyst from Bloomberg Intelligence. Ed Ludlow, Bloomberg technology host out in San Francisco, so that he has to take some of the blame because he's part of the culture out there. Ed, I mean, I guess we have Sam Altman going back to OpenAI. I guess that's good news. The next question I think most people have is, who's going to be on this board, and will it be an effective board?
Yeah. I mean, the mechanics of it are that Brett Taylor, who was once the co-CEO of Salesforce, but I guess he's more famous for being the chairman of Twitter that sold to Elon Musk, is taking a board seat. Then you have Larry Summers, well known to this program, this network. Reminder that Larry Summers is a paid contributor to Bloomberg Television. I'm supposed to say that.
Sure.
And then beyond that, the news for me is that, and this is, we've covered the ins and outs of the negotiation pretty closely, right, guys? That I know that Sam Altman and Greg Brockman were pushing really hard to get at least temporary board seats in this whole thing, but they didn't. So this thing's far from settled. The reason I'm late, and I apologize for that, is I was on the phone with a source who's involved in all of this, and Sam Altman goes back. Most people get what they wanted, but it ain't the end of the story. There's a lot we still have to find out.
Well, I would like to bring in Mandeep here because this has been, as Paul said, a very chaotic 4 or 5 days. And for those of us who are maybe just joining, Mandeep, if you could take us back to when Sam Altman was suddenly ousted from OpenAI. Again, I don't think we have really a reason yet as to why that happened, but maybe if you could give us a timeline of what has transpired from then to now.
Well, I mean, clearly, it was a shocker to everyone in terms of the way he was ousted, and there wasn't any transparency around the reasons. In fact, when they made the 3 new board member announcement today, they said there will be an independent investigation. So clearly, there's a lot to unpack, as Ed was alluding to. But look, for a company like OpenAI that has a convoluted structure, so last week I think it came into focus that they have a profit structure within a nonprofit. And now we are trying to, make sense of what would a good governance structure look like. We have 3 board members. We know this is pretty unusual, the CEO not being on the board. So if Sam is going back to be the CEO and he's not on the board, who the other board members are, there's so much to, talk about here. And this is not the way it's going to pan out. I mean, the reason why no one cared until last week is because, OpenAI was a startup and, it had the backing of Microsoft. So corporate governance governance wasn't as big of a focus, but the way he was ousted, it's like, this is so unusual. And I'm sure a lot of the startups are thinking about their corporate structure now, and their backers, the VCs and the early investors.
Ed, what are you hearing from your sources out there as to maybe the value, the impact on the value of this company here? Has it been really impacted negatively, and how so?
I love this question. For me, this is the question, because the story of the last 5 days is that OpenAI's valuation, which right now, based on a transaction we can get into that's pending, is $86 billion. I reported a couple of months ago, revenue has a run rate of about $1 billion for this year. $1 billion of sales, $86 billion valuation.
Wow.
And the basics of this for the audience listening all around the world is, we care because OpenAI is the leading AI startup. Let's just accept that as a baseline. What we learned is that its value is intimately tied to the intellectual capital that's there. In other words, Sam Altman, Greg Brockman, and the 768 other people that work there, all of them started a mutiny to try and bring Sam back. They were successful, but there was a real threat that all 770 employees would just resign. They would just leave. Then what are you left with? A very large building in downtown San Francisco with incredible compute costs and no one in it. That's the way to frame it, right? I don't think that that's unreasonable. And sources this morning keep phoning me and saying, that's the story. Like, on paper, the people behind this, there aren't that many of them. And I think, yeah, sorry guys, I jump in, but for me, that's the kind of key point.
Yeah, no, I think that's spot on. And I mean, Mandeep, maybe you can help us, break down this math a little bit here. As as we're just hearing that we've got $1 billion in revenue to an $86 billion valuation. I mean, my head is spinning. Does that make sense to you?
Well, so look at, all the startups, and you can go back in time in terms of, the companies that have ridden these technology waves. There is that promise, okay, if you have a breakthrough technology, investors don't really focus that much on the revenue that you have right now, but the potential. And
isn't that WeWork's problem?
Well, I think this is different. OpenAI does have an intellectual property, and they are foundational. I mean, think of NVIDIA, right? They are foundational to what is going on in AI with their chips. Well, this is another foundational element in terms of, a lot of companies are standardizing on OpenAI's base model. And they have embedded it in their tech stack. Everything is happening on top of what OpenAI is offering at the baseline in terms of a large language model. But now I think it puts doubts in the mind, because think of operating system. Like Windows operating system was the standard on which all these applications were built. OpenAI had that kind of aura. And suddenly that has put doubts, and that's why there was this high valuation. So I'm not surprised by the valuation, but the chain of events has kind of put doubts in people's mind right now.
Hey, Ed, to be honest, before this, I really didn't know who Sam Altman was, and I certainly wasn't aware of the presence he really does command within the tech space and within Silicon Valley.
Right.
How do you think, where does he go from here? It seems like he's going to be the focus of, now I'm going to pay attention to whatever he says and does going forward. His role in all of this, it's taken a much higher profile.
Yeah, look, Sam Altman is a serial entrepreneur, a serial founder. He has been a name out here in Silicon Valley for some time. He has really been thrust to prominence as OpenAI became the face of AI. That's the reality of it in the last year. He's just beloved by the OpenAI staff. I'm not exaggerating. Almost the entirety of OpenAI's entire company threatened to resign if he was not brought back. The investors love him. The investors were adamant that he came back and that they were behind the scenes trying to do that, including Microsoft, right? Satya Nadella, the Microsoft CEO, was a real peace broker in all of this, we understand. And yet, this is why I say that this story is not finished. There will be an independent investigation as to why the board fired him in the first place. We have got no idea, to be frank, why they did that. I just, without being self-serving, I did report on Saturday as an example that he was out there within the last few weeks, raising almost $100 billion for a new chip company to take on NVIDIA, make custom silicon for training AI models. $100 billion from a standing start. That's the kind of command he has, and the investors like SoftBank, Mubadala, they were willing to jump in.
I mean, the one thing I would point out is, whenever a founder gets more attention than the company, that's never a good thing. If you go back in time, the focus is just on the founder and what he's doing. That hasn't been viewed very well by the investors. And if they are thinking about doing an IPO, that's the last thing you want is the founder getting all the focus and taking the focus away from the core product, which is the large language model they have developed.
Could say it sounds like another Sam, perhaps, of
I
FTX.
hope now we're not even going to go there. Ed Ludlow, thank you so much for joining us. Ed Ludlow, he's in our San Francisco office. He is embedded in that Silicon Valley space. And then Mandeep Singh, he's our senior technology analyst here at Bloomberg Intelligence. He's seen it all. He's seen the tech come and go. He's seen the tech moguls come and go. So we appreciate getting their perspective. So it seems like it's quieting down there in Silicon Valley in open AI. And now we'll just see how it's kind of fleshes out the board and some governance issues and some ownership. And, but I guess the last 5 days, it's just kind of like a do-over. So we'll keep on top of that. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Good morning, Paul. The shaky week of retail earnings, it continues with Guess, Urban Outfitters, and Nordstrom delivering cautious outlooks and warnings about the U.S. consumer. Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld has the roundup, starting with Nordstrom.
Lower markdowns, better inventory management, but you had revenue falling short with a bigger than expected drop in sales. Looking at Urban Outfitters, it actually reported a comp sales miss at the namesake brand. That is overshadowing some good news from its Anthropologie and its Free People brands. And then Guess missing on revenue and cutting its full year EPS guide.
All right, here's the breakdown. We have Guess down 8%, Urban Outfitters down more than 8%, Nordstrom down about 4%. And the IRS says e-commerce platforms like PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, and Etsy, they won't have to provide tax forms to customers with business transactions of more than $600. At least not yet. Bloomberg's Steve Potisk explains.
For a second consecutive year, the agency is delaying the regulation, it says, to reduce taxpayer confusion. The IRS says starting in tax year 2024, it will transition toward the new rule by increasing the reporting threshold to $5,000. Then for the 2025 tax year, the $600 amount will take effect unless there are further revisions.
PayPal's up about 1.5%, same for Etsy. And the CEO of X Corp, Linda Yaccarino, is turning to family to help bring in more ad revenue to the platform formerly known as Twitter. News website Semaphore is reporting Yaccarino has hired her son, Matt Madrazo, to help hit its goal of $100 million in political advertising revenue. And Madrazo was a top sales executive at media firm Studio 71. Those are the company stories we're following. I'm Lisa Mateo.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Green on the screen right now. S&P 500 is higher for the 6th time in 7 days. Yet, of course, NVIDIA earnings results blowing past Wall Street estimates. That was after the close of trading yesterday. But investors wanted more. Shares, they've been bouncing right now. NVIDIA shares, they are down 3.4%. Microsoft getting a boost there on news that Sam Altman returning to be CEO of their AI partner, OpenAI. Shares of Microsoft right now up 1.25%. Then you have Deere shares after their earnings. They are down right now over 5%, 5.1% lower. They forecast smaller than expected profit next year. Slowing equipment demand from farmers. And OPEC Plus, they've delayed the weekend meeting. Looks like there's some disagreement. Oil diving right now. West Texas Intermediate, that is down close to 4%, down $3.02 a barrel at 74.76. As far as the major averages, S&P 500 16 points higher. That is up 0.4%. We're at 45.55 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 134 points, and the Nasdaq 178 points higher. That's up 0.5%. After the data today, as far as yields go, the 2-year 5 basis points higher, 492, and the 10-year is up 3 basis points. That's at 442. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Molly and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Molly Smith, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. All right, Molly, what we need as we close out 2023 and think about 24 is we need perspective. And our next guest has perspective. I'm not saying he's old. I'm just saying he has perspective. Sri Kumar, he's the president of Sri Kumar Global Strategies, former chief global strategist and chairman asset allocation committee at TCW Group, a little asset manager out there in LA. But the highlight on his extensive resume for me, former senior vice president at Drexel, Burnham, Lambert. Those folks, they were slinging it back in the day. I mean, they were slinging it back in the day, folks. Sri, thanks so much for joining us. You're based out in LA, but you're in New York, so we appreciate you coming in here to our New York studio. Talk to us about how you view 2023. We're closing out a pretty decent year here for most, most markets here. Closing out 2023 and how you're thinking about 2024.
Paul, great questions. And I think 2023, we had expected by now to be in recession, which has not come.
Yep.
The labor market is very strong. The consumer spending is very strong. I think what was underestimated was the extent of stimulus there was in the system, both in terms of the fiscal stimulus, which came from the final months of the Trump administration, first few months of the Biden administration. And don't forget, the balance sheet of the Federal Reserve doubled from bloated levels from the beginning of COVID to the beginning of 2022. And we had zero interest rates for a long period of time. So everybody loaded up, and 1.5 years later, after the tightening began, I think we are still not back yet. But the point I make, and I say to my clients, is that recession is something that has been postponed, but it's been delayed, but it's not denied. So I think we are still going to see signs of a recession. And what worries me the most is as you have interest rates having risen and the balance sheet of the Fed is still being tightened. It did not pause. And when the two of them go together, that there is something that's going to break in the system in the first half of 2024.
So how do you then distinguish between what a lot of people will say right now are signs that we're heading toward a soft landing and that you're in the camp here that recession is still a possibility?
Yeah, I do not believe in soft landing, Molly, and I would think that when you look at what has happened in past history, it all looks very nice until the thing gets out of control. It happened with 2007, and toward the end of the year, we had the Fed chairman, Ben Bernanke, say to us that the subprime mortgage situation was just a $50 to $100 billion problem. We found out in the next year, 2008, it was just a terrible situation, not just a minor problem. Same thing happened in 1998 when you had long-term capital management, a small hedge fund, which was never going to fail because 2 Nobel Prize winners ran it.
Ex-Salomon Brothers.
Right?
Thank you.
And it was done with, again, with no leverage, it was thought, but then they had enormous amount of leverage and a lot of risk, and it failed as well. So it is all, I like to say that it is all lit up until it darkens, the opposite of what we normally say.
Is there some event out there that you're concerned could be that long-term capital management moment, or could be the subprime issue for in 2007, 2000? Is there something out there that concerns you in terms of catalyst?
Paul, I have a few candidates. One is I had said before the March regional banking crisis there might be a credit event, but we survived that. It was a credit event. The next one, my top candidate, is a bigger banking institution, maybe an institution which is medium-sized. And why do they suffer? They suffer because they loaded up on long-dated bonds when Jerome Powell told us inflation is going to be transitory. So in that case, I should buy 10-year treasuries at 2% because I'm expecting it to go to 1%, right? It didn't. It went the other way. So that's one candidate.
Wouldn't that have already happened, though, by now? If that were to blow up, you know, similar to the small banks that we saw in March?
Not yet, Molly, and I'll tell you why I think it hasn't happened yet. If you look at the bank numbers, the deposits with the U.S. banking system has been steadily going down. The delinquency rate is starting to pick up, and the balance sheet is being reduced as far as the Fed is concerned. When you put them all together, suddenly something clicks. It doesn't happen gradually. So which is why I think timing-wise, I would look for the first quarter of 2024 is when something breaks again. So we talked about commercial real estate as the third. You can also have, again, a crunch on the credit side, which is already taking place. My final candidate is a repeat of what happened in the United Kingdom. September, October of 2022, bond yields rise a lot. There it was the gilt yields, and here we are talking about treasury yields, and pension funds incur huge losses. They have not done well in terms of general performance, and that situation worsens and puts pressure on the Fed.
One of the things as we think about this economy in a hard landing, soft landing recession is the labor market. We got some more labor data today. Initial jobless claims came in at 209,000, below expectations, less than we saw last month. I mean, this labor market seems to defy most logic in how robust it is. What do you make of the U.S. labor market?
Yes, the labor market so far has been very robust, and I think the reason that has been the case, once again, traces back to the amount of stimulus. There was so much money that you were able to give. And also the shortage of labor, which took place due to COVID, with one part of the working force, typically the wives, who stayed behind to provide childcare. That in turn reduced the workforce. I think we are just coming back to it. But if you look at the layoff numbers, Paul, you're seeing that after a period of very strong numbers, despite today's initial jobless claims, the unemployment has started to rise. And they don't, once again, it doesn't rise gradually. And history tells you that when it rises, it just surges suddenly. And I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen in the next 2 to 3 months.
So let's go back to these stimulus payments, because there right now is such a debate in economic circles of how much excess savings the consumer has. I feel like I see a different report on this every day, that savings are dwindling, there's nothing left. Another one will say there's more than we really thought, and that's what's giving the consumer still a lot of gas right now to keep spending. And same with on the credit side as well. You mentioned delinquencies are picking up, and we've seen credit card balances getting higher, but as a share of total deposits, still very low. So how do you assess right now these conflicting messages about the health of the consumer?
That's, again, a very timely question. And I would answer you, Molly, by saying that while the aggregate numbers in terms of delinquency, the aggregate numbers still seem really benign, there is a difference across income groups, meaning the numbers are showing recently that even the consumer spending, a good chunk of the increase is coming from the highest 1 or 10% maximum in terms of the income groups. And the lower income groups are actually cutting back. Delinquency-wise, The credit card delinquencies are the first to show up, and the reason is it is easy for you not to pay. You don't have to go and ask anybody to give you a loan. And so that is starting to happen. The next, if it starts to happen also in terms of what happens to the payments to the banks, then I would be even more concerned. But it is already happening with low middle income groups. It's not happening yet with the high income groups.
Hey, Sri, about 30 seconds left. A lot of geopolitical issues out there for the investors to deal with. How concerned are you with, again, the Middle East and Ukraine and what that means for maybe the global economy?
I'm concerned, again, to reply to you very quickly, Paul, that I'm concerned mostly from an economic side in what happens to inflation.
Okay.
And yes, today we are seeing a big drop in oil prices, but if the Hamas-Israel ceasefire doesn't happen, or if it breaks up, then you're talking about war escalating, and that in turn would mean much higher oil prices. Oil prices are nothing or a huge problem, one extreme or the other. It either goes down or the oil price goes to $150 a barrel, and that's a risk we run for the geopolitical situation.
Absolutely. Sri, thanks you so much for joining us. Sri Kumar, he's the president of Sri Kumar Global Strategies, based somewhere out in California, one of those beaches or something like that, but he's actually coming to the world capital, New York City, so we appreciate him coming into our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Looking at the markets here, S&P 500, we're up 0.4% here. The NASDAQ up about 0.6%. So on a day before Thanksgiving, we'll take that. Right now, with our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul and Molly. Hamas agreed to free 50 hostages from Gaza in return for a 4-day ceasefire with Israel and the release of 150 Palestinian prisoners. It is the first major lull in fighting since the conflict erupted just over 6 weeks ago when Hamas militants attacked Israel. In addition, more aid will move into Gaza from Egypt, which Palestinian officials and the United Nations say is needed to ease a humanitarian disaster. U.S. officials say that President Biden was involved and was in constant communication with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as Qatar, who was an intermediary for Hamas. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan.
The big move happened late last week when President Biden spoke first with Prime Minister Netanyahu and then with the Emir of Qatar to say how many hostages for how many days in return for how many Palestinian prisoners. And it was really the work to refine those details.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan spoke on ABC's Good Morning America. Attacks against U.S. forces are ramping up in the Middle East, and the U.S. is striking back. Bloomberg's Nancy Lyons with the latest.
The Pentagon confirms it did conduct an airstrike earlier in the week targeting Iranian-backed militants in Iraq. Sabrina Singh, Deputy Pentagon Press Secretary, says it was in retaliation for a strike on U.S. service members.
A U.S. military AC-130 aircraft in the area conducted a self-defense strike against an Iranian-backed militia vehicle and a number of Iranian-backed militia personnel involved in this attack.
The Pentagon says U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria have been attacked approximately 66 times since October 17th, resulting in dozens of injuries to U.S. service members. In Washington, Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Holiday travelers are starting their final sprint. About 2.7 million people are expected to board flights today. Bloomberg News, 24 hours a day and whenever you want it. Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
Profits. Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. We have stocks higher, lower volumes the day before Thanksgiving. 8 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500, they're higher right now. Communication services, that is the biggest gainer, and the biggest drag right now, that is coming from energy, as we see the OPEC turmoil leading to a decline in oil prices. They had an OPEC Plus meeting scheduled for this weekend. That has been canceled. Apparently they can't agree. Treasury yields, they are higher after inflation expectations. They came in higher than expected. We saw that in that University of Michigan survey that we got earlier today. Right now, the more policy-reacted 2-year yield, that's 4 basis points higher. We're at 4.91. The 10 is up 2 basis points. That's at 4.41. But Jonathan Stubbs at Berenberg says, you know what, bond yields will continue to make a difference for risk assets like stocks.
The higher for longer sort of narrative is still very much in play. We are in a sort of a more normal interest rate environment, and that suggests hurdle rates are higher, its funding costs are higher, challenges different business models. So bond yields matter hugely in this market.
But right now, the S&P 500 is 17 points higher. That's up 0.4%. We're at 45.55. Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 150 points, and the NASDAQ 100 86 points higher. That's up 0.6%. Walt Disney's newest film, Wish, animated musical, is out. But, you know, if history is any guide, the Thanksgiving holiday weekend may not be much of a boost, because apparently during the pandemic, a lot of families, especially with kids, just learned to wait a couple of weeks and then stream it. So movie theaters are kind of hurting.
Yep.
I mean, we're talking to a guy, though, who I believe does not have CarPlay. Right, John?
Well, he has 8-track
there's
cassette.
nothing,
He has 8-track cassette in his car.
Nothing wrong with my Philco.
Yes, exactly.
It's only AM.
And what happened to that Android? I'm just saying, I just am trying to give the listeners all the information.
The surprising thing is, I dropped it accidentally in the toilet, the old phone, but it continued to work for a few weeks until it just like
You dug it back out of there.
Well, it was clean. I keep my
All right, we won't go there.
Speaking of, all right, 2 a.m., I'm in the Bellagio Hotel in Vegas, drop my phone in the toilet. What am I, on a business trip, so you kind of needed it. The shoe shine guy in the men's room says, no problem, the Verizon store is across the street from the Bellagio. I walk across the street at 2 in the morning.
2 in the morning.
20 minutes later, I walk back out with a new phone, fully all set up and good to go. Only in Vegas.
That's Vegas for you.
Only in Vegas. So there you go.
Goodness.
John Tucker,
Everybody's
thanks so
got
much.
a story.
Everybody's got a story. That's the tame one. John Tucker, thanks so much. Molly Smith, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Let's get right to our next guest, because this person actually runs real money for real people. Eric Lynch, Managing Director at Investment Committee at the Scharf Investments. He received his MBA right down Route 15-501 from my alma mater at UNC, but we'll talk to him anyway. Eric, thanks so much for joining us here. What are you telling your clients these days? I mean, boy, if you didn't own, some of these big Magnificent Seven, it's been just an okay year. But what are you telling your clients these days?
Yeah, Paul, that's a great comment, and happy Thanksgiving, by the way. There's this big spread, to your point, between the Mag 7-led rally is reflected in the S&P, now up about 20% year to date. That's been responsible, all 100% from those Mag 7 names. The equal-weighted S&P 500 index is only up about 4.5 or so. So huge spread between the average company out there and these few names. And so you're right. If you didn't, as a client or investor, didn't have a lot of exposure to that, you've kind of had a middling year. Peter Lynch, no relation, unfortunately, recently said in a press release or an interview rather, hey, there's been a bear market for the average stock in the U.S. I think it's a good time to invest. And I think he's right. Multiples are very reasonable, 14, 15, 16 times for those average stocks. And, you've got earnings kind of bottoming out a bit, although I think we have some concerns about what they might look like next year. And so it's actually probably a pretty good time if you can just stomach not chasing FOMO on the big ones.
Do you feel that for the bond market as well right now, Eric? Good time to get in?
Yeah, it likely is. I mean, as much as we're all excited about, and investors are excited, as reflected in the indices the last few weeks about this more dovish tone from the Fed, and that's great. It's good. It obviously means good things for stocks and long duration assets like bonds. We are seeing a slowdown in growth. We're seeing it in guidance. We're seeing it in PMIs for service, which, as you know, was really cranking and leading the economy, and now it's starting to slow down. And so, yeah, if the economy is slowing a bit and bonds are still kind of at these elevated rates historically in the last 10, 15 years anyway, it's probably a solid time for them.
So, Eric, give us your thought on these earnings here. We just kind of exiting the third quarter earnings. What did you see, and kind of what are you thinking about for next year? Is there still earnings risk in this market?
Yeah, it's a tale of two cities, right? You had Magnificent Seven just blowing it away. NVIDIA just doing it again. NVIDIA is kind of, let's put that on the side. It's so exceptional because it really is the arms dealer in generative AI. But outside of that, most of the growth came from massive cost reductions off the internet platform companies because they'd added, we're based in Silicon Valley. We've seen this. They added tens of thousands of employees during the pandemic that didn't really scale correctly, so they whacked them all. And so the year-over-year comps were really pretty easy. They crushed them. Profits were up 4% in the aggregate for the S&P for Q3. Take those Max 7 stocks out, and earnings were down 13%. And so now some of that was also distorted by Pfizer coming off. So just put it this way, earnings recession kind of continues for many companies or most companies. So I think what we're kind of advocating and what we're kind of saying to clients is, look, you're also seeing guidance come down for Q4. So this 12% assumed EPS increase in the S&P for 24 is at risk. Q4 guidance EPS came down from 8 to 3%. Both pre and post earnings season for Q3. So yeah, I think it's at risk. And I think the best thing to do, and what we're telling clients, is look for kind of low earnings volatility or non-GDP earnings opportunities for calendar 24.
So when we're looking at some of the earnings that have come in a bit on the weaker side, I'm immediately thinking of some of these retail stocks, thinking of Home Depot warning of a weaker quarter or quarters, more than one to come, especially the pullback in the big ticket items and some of the clothing retailers as well, like Nordstrom and Urban Outfitters. What does that give you a sense, these more consumer-facing companies, and what does that tell you then about the broader state of the economy heading into the end of the year?
Yeah, that's why we see some concern because you still have 70% plus of the GDP correlated to consumer behavior, right? And so definitely year to date, we've already seen the mid and the low income classes of consumer being impacted by inflationary rates. You're seeing trade downs, but now you're starting to see these high interest rates impact, home sales, big ticket durable orders. Durable orders were, not great print today. And so I think there's some concern going forward that this, lagging impact from monetary tightening, we're finally seeing it, and it's likely to pick up speed in 24.
Hey, Eric, just real quick, you mentioned you're in Silicon Valley. What is your tech call these days? Is it just I'm all in because of AI?
Yeah, I think it's time to be discerning. You've got a company like NVIDIA that's just blowing away its earnings and its revenues.
Yep.
Estimates and growing so fast, 50% quarter on quarter. But put that in the box. The other names, again, I think the issue with them, Paul, is that they've kind of pulled the lever on costs, right? They just whacked tens of thousands of employees. If you do a 2-year kind of stack on the revenue growth, it's good, but it's not great. And so you don't want to be paying too high for this assumption that type of earnings growth is going to continue. It's probably a one-time deal, post-normalization, again, of COVID as well. So I think you better pick your choices. One of the things that we like are things like Oracle, where you've got a lever on AI because they're actually taking share in the space.
Yeah, Eric, we're gonna have to leave it there just because of time. We'll revisit this, but we appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Eric Lynch, Scharf Investments. Let's get some company news right now. Lisa Mateo.
Thanks, Paul. Boeing gets the FAA to sign off on its largest 737 MAX variant, the MAX 10. Now, the so-called type inspection authorization, it clears a path for the next phase of flight testing for that long-delayed model. Now, Boeing has won almost 1,000 orders for the plane, which can seat as many as 230 people. Boeing right now up about 1%. United Airlines is thinking about using passenger data to help brands serve targeted ads to its customers. The Wall Street Journal reports the ads could appear on its in-flight entertainment system or even on its app. Now, sources say it's not a done deal as United hasn't made that final decision yet. United right now up about 4%. Some good news if you plan to fly in the States. Spirit, Southwest, and other domestic-focused carriers, they're slashing their already low prices. Now, after boosting their supply of seats to accommodate a massive influx of travelers back in 2022, the carriers, well, they're now realizing that many passengers are heading to more expensive, internationally focused competitors. We have Spirit right now up 3%, Southwest up 2%. And movie chains are hoping the holiday weekend will still prove profitable for theaters. But for places like AMC and Cinemark, times have changed. Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti explains why.
Hollywood is not making many big-budget family comedies. Christmas-themed films now go straight to streaming, and animated movies are not drawing the big crowds they once did. All of this could work against Disney's newest release, Wish, an animated musical making its debut this Thanksgiving weekend.
Disney right now up 1%. We have AMC up 5%, Cinemark up 1%. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, note to management, I think we're going to need a new intro there, guys. S&P 500 up 0.4%, the Dow up 0.5%, and NASDAQ up about 0.6%. The big move is on the oil. WTI crude oil off 3.9%, $74.75 a barrel. Wow, that was just at 90 a couple of months ago. Yields, looking at the 10-year note, up about 3 basis points, 4.42%. With our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul and Molly. Hamas agreed to free 50 hostages from Gaza in return for a 4-day ceasefire with Israel and the release of 150 Palestinian prisoners. The deal would mark the first lull in the war since Hamas's initial attack on Israel. The youngest American hostage, 3-year-old Abigail Moore Eden, could be among those freed. She was kidnapped on October 7th after her parents were murdered by Hamas terrorists in their community near the border with Gaza. Her cousin, Noah Naftali, was also in Gaza.
Abigail's mother was shot in front of her children, a 10-year-old, 6-year-old, and Abigail. She ran out to her father, who picked her up in his arms and was gunned down while holding her. We thought at the beginning that Abigail had died, but we later found out that she survived.
Noah Naftali spoke today on CBS Mornings. South Korea says that North Korea has fired a ballistic missile toward the sea, but that the launch likely failed. The North Korean missile launch came a day after it launched a spy satellite. North Korea has claimed to have put the satellite into orbit. The holiday rush ahead of Thanksgiving continues. The TSA expects to have screened more than 30 million air passengers by the time the holiday travel period is over. Meanwhile, millions of others will go over the river and through the woods on the roads, including this one.
I have a feeling that there are going to be a lot more people out this year, especially because COVID restrictions have eased up a little bit, so it's easier to travel.
And traveling by car will be cheaper than last Thanksgiving. Average gas prices are about 40 cents cheaper than a year ago. And while you are chowing down, watching a feast of Thanksgiving football, here's a bit of a Debbie Downer. Health experts say eating ultra-processed foods may increase the risk of developing head, mouth, and throat cancers. According to a study published in the European Journal of Nutrition, examples include sodas, fast food, and packaged snacks. Researchers found eating these type of foods just 10% more than the average person often leads to an increase in cancer risks. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul, Molly.
All right, Michael Barr, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Molly Smith, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. In addition to being a stellar economics reporter, Molly Smith is our go-to guru in all things tennis. What's the biggest story in tennis these days, Molly?
Oh, I mean, it's tough to choose from. I mean, you've got obviously on the men's side that Novak is continuing to do Novak Djokovic-like things.
So he's been number one for like a gajillion weeks in a row.
Not necessarily all in a row. There was a little interruption with Alcaraz this year, but basically, if you're looking at the totality of his career and him locking up the year-end number one ranking, he's now secured what will be, I believe, over 400 weeks at the world number one. I think we talked about this the last time I was on, which is going to be longer than his daughter has been alive.
Right, amazing.
So that's one statistic that I love. And on the women's side, a lesser known one, we have something in tennis called the Billie Jean King Cup.
Okay.
Used to be called the Fed Cup. It's kind of like the Olympics of tennis. You play for your country. That's on the women's side, the men's equivalent called the Davis Cup.
Right.
But for any of you who remember Leylah Fernandez, who lost the U.S. Open final to Emma Raducanu a couple years ago, she really took Canada to victory in the Billie Jean King Cup lately. So great end to her season, and go Canada.
Just judging from my Twitter feed, I believe it's Billie Jean's 80th birthday today.
It is, yes. I did see that today. Yeah.
So,
pressure is a privilege, as she says.
Is that her?
That's her quote. Yep. It's on the inside of when you walk into Ash Stadium.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. Oh, that's a good one.
It is a good one.
So happy 80th to Billie Jean King. That's pretty solid. S&P 500 up 0.5% here towards the higher end of its intraday trading range. We'll keep an eye on that. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
Why were the economists so wrong? What are the economists getting wrong?
Isn't this a slam dunk time to buy U.S. Treasuries?
Soft landing, hard landing, no landing. I don't know.
True. What the heck does that mean?
I don't know.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
We're going to be in an environment with higher rates for longer.
The 5-day in-office work week is effectively dead.
It's definitely a good sign that we're not ready to land this economy just yet.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to check in with Chris Ciolino. He's the industrials analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence. We're going to break down Deere's earnings. Deere gives you a good insight into how the American farmer is doing. Christina Hooper is going to join us as well. She's the chief global market strategist at Invesco. I haven't spoken to her in a while. I'll get her thoughts on these markets as we gear up for 2024. And then we're going to get a look at what's happening on the retail space as we get ready for Black Friday and the rush to the holiday shopping season. Stephanie Rodriguez, Collier's national director, she'll join us and give us a sense of how things are out there in retail land. But first, let's kick things off this hour with Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much. And here's what's going on. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing a 200-point gain right now ahead of Thanksgiving on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, up by about 0.6%. The S&P 500 index higher now by 22 points. That is a gain of 0.5%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 90 points, an advance right now of about 0.6%. After earnings, NVIDIA shares, they are dropping by 3.2%. We've got the 10-year at 4.42%, while the 2-year is at 4.93%. Applications for U.S. jobless benefits fell last week after a run of increases, a slight reprieve in what otherwise has been a gradually cooling labor market, and durable goods orders declined in October by more than expected as commercial aircraft bookings retreated and demand weakened for business equipment. Robert Teeter is chief investment strategist at Silvercrest Asset Management, and right here on Bloomberg Markets this morning, he told us he does not see a prolonged economic downturn.
I am in the soft landing camp. I'm not expecting a recession. I think that view could change, of course, if job growth stalls or we see job postings decline a lot or see weakness on that front. But I think just continued growth in payrolls is what will lead to minimal growth on the economic side.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Tape podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. We've got Apple shares hovering near its $3 trillion mark. Apple up now by 0.6%. Amazon rallying ahead of the start of the holiday shopping season. Amazon up 2.2%. And Microsoft higher on news that Sam Altman is returning to lead OpenAI. Microsoft shares up now by 1.5%. So again, recapping here, equities are advancing ahead of the holiday with the S&P up now by 24 points, up 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Molly Smith, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. Green on the screen, a little bit of a lift here on the day before Thanksgiving. Let's see where maybe we see some action under the hood. We do that with Jess Menton. She follows all the markets for us. She joins us here in our New York studio. Jess, what are you looking at?
Well, the energy sector is down about 0.6%. So among the only decliner in the sub-industry groups in the S&P 500, utilities flat there, but the biggest gainer there is communication services up about 1%. But in particular, when you are looking at energy, we did see WTI, so U.S. crude futures tumbling below $75 a barrel after OPEC did delay that meeting. And then, of course, if you look at the 10-year Treasury yield, though, where that is trading right now, around 4.42 there. So at one point earlier this morning, it did briefly fall to a 2-month low. So you're seeing that helping support indexes here. But then, of course, I wanted to point out Tesla, ticker symbol TSLA. It's actually down about 3.6%. So on pace for its worst day since November 16th of this year. So not too long ago there, but this is the 9th biggest weighting in the S&P 500. When you are looking at it, about 1.7% weighting there in that index. But it actually did have a good day yesterday. It was up about 2%. So I think some of it, not a ton of headlines around that stock, but that has something to do with it. And then, of course, 'tis the season. I always like to look at SEAG Go for seasonality here.
SEAG Go.
Correct.
Got it.
And you can look at the heat map there for the S&P 500 in particular is what I'm looking at. So for the month of November, the S&P is actually up about 8.8%. So this would be on pace for its best November since 2020, but also its second best November since 1980. So if you look for, it's quite a span there. So a little over actually 40 years. So and typically when the calendar does turn to November, I know Jeff Hirsch over at the Stock Traders Almanac compiles a lot of data. So usually that's sort of the historical best 6 month of the year, but it's a little tricky if you look at over the past 10 years. Sometimes the data doesn't follow quite as closely there. But in this year in particular, you are seeing that seasonality come back into play. And then also another thing I've been watching is the buyback blackout period for a number of companies. Once October was over, that buyback period actually rolled off a lot of that. So a lot of companies have been able to come back and buy in. And Bank of America actually had some client-specific data this week where they saw some of the strongest corporate buybacks. At least some of those data was kind of rivaling some of the numbers they had going back to 2010. So you're seeing companies kind of step back in after that buyback period and start buying back some stocks. So that was something else when people were talking about sort of pillars of support here for the broader U.S. stock market. You're starting to see more of that come back in toward the end of the year there. But definitely seasonality coming to play. And then also Jeff Hirsch over at the Stock Traders Almanac was crunching some numbers. So since 1950, the S&P 500 has actually been up nearly 80% of the time from the Tuesday before Thanksgiving up until the second trading day of the new year, with an average gain of about 2.6%. And then when you look at the Russell 2000 in that span, it's up 77% of the time since 1979 with an average gain of 3.2%.
So just good vibes going into the end of the year all around. That's what we want to see.
Hopefully. We'll see what happens. Still,
Yeah,
I know
you
you're
think
watching that Fed decision December
Oh, boy.
13th. Also, we did get an update on the Atlanta Fed GDP now today, which, as you know, Molly, very volatile, and especially we have so much data that we still have to get through. But right now they had the latest update at 2.1% for a seasonally adjusted annual rate in the fourth quarter, up from about their last estimate was Friday, around 2%. But this was just based on they've gotten some other data from the Census Bureau and then the National Association of Realtors. But as you know, usually it's typically the gangbuster quarter because of clearly consumer spending, more than two-thirds of what powers growth. And it'll be interesting to see as more data rolls in what this all looks like and how that can be adjusted because, you know, it can be pretty volatile at times.
A lot of these, they're called GDP nowcasts. So these are models that economists put together and will update as more data come in that they can try to get a better idea of where GDP is tracking for a particular period. And the Atlanta Fed's measure was looking so hot for the third quarter, and everyone was like, this is definitely...
It was north of 5%.
Right, I believe it was almost 5.5 at one point. And, you know, it turned out to actually be the closest in the range of them. So hearing right now 2 and change for this quarter, to me sounds like, I mean, it sounds more optimistic than what a lot of other people have said, but also there might be a little track record to that.
And there'll be another update to the revised for the third quarter numbers from the government at the end of this month. So next week we'll have another reading on that. So it originally came in around 4.9%. So it'll be interesting to see what the revisions potentially look like for that.
All right, Jess, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Jess Mensch, she covers all the markets for us at Bloomberg News, joining us here in our Bloomberg New York studio. Earnings, Deere. They put out some numbers. I guess the beat current quarter results, but their guidance was very disappointing to the street. I see the stock's off about 3.5%, but that's the high, intraday high of the day, so it had been a lot lower earlier. Let's bring on the analyst who follows this company, Chris Ciolino. He's the industrials analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us via Zoom from Princeton, New Jersey. So, Chris, talk to us about what we heard from your good friends at Deere.
Yeah, Paul. I mean, to your point, the quarter was good. It's all about the outlook. You know, we had anticipated fairly conservative guidance heading into the print, just given what we've seen with softer commodity prices, lower farm income, and I think it was pretty well anticipated that the cycle was turning. But this outlook is materially below what we had anticipated. Deere's projecting net income will drop to about $8.8 billion at the midpoint next year. That implies roughly $28.50 in earnings, which is 13% below the street. Commodity prices are still at historically high levels above long-term averages. The age of the fleet is still quite old, and farmer balance sheets are quite healthy. So we really see a more modest downturn. This really sets just a low bar and really an overly conservative outlook.
Yeah, and it looks like, this sector here, Chris, is otherwise showing some other evidence of slowing. We saw that the rival over to Deere, CNH Industrial, said that it's reducing salaried workers, that their equipment sales are slumping. And Corteva, which makes seeds, has also warned of a slowdown in demand from farmers. So tell us, the broader outlook of the farming sector right now and really why people should be paying attention.
Yeah, we hit peak production this past year. So 2024 will be a slower or lower growth year. This has been kind of well advertised by the pullback we've seen in commodity prices. CNH certainly cautioned when they reported that volumes will be down in 2024. And we actually saw Deere reduce production too at their Harvester Works factory in their fiscal 4Q. In North America, inventories seem to be in good condition, but as you look globally, Europe and particularly South America, they plan to underproduce retail demand next year, so further production cuts to come.
What's the lead time? Talk to us about the cycle for a company like Deere. I know it's a cyclical business and it's based upon farming, but just describe the cycle for us.
Yeah, ultimately they're driven by where crop prices are, and that ultimately dictates farmer incomes. We've had 3 very strong years here in North America. So we were roughly 30% above mid-cycle in 2023, which was, pretty comparable to the 2013 peak. Again, it comes down to where crop prices are. They're still, supportive of making capital investments, just not at the level we had seen over the last 2 years.
Tell us, Chris, about some other markets that are really important for the farming space that, Brazil probably being one of them, and maybe some other regions in the world that are really important when we're thinking about the outlook for farming.
Yeah, if you think about the markets that matter most for Deere, it's North America and it's Brazil. Those are the larger crop-producing nations. They are more conducive to the larger high-horsepower equipment, which drives higher margins for Deere. And ultimately, it is corn, soybeans, and wheat. Those are what really move the needle.
All right, Chris, I'm a farmer. I'm in Moline, Illinois. How often do I replace those big tractors that I love to drive to help me, get my crops out of the ground?
Yeah, so if you think about a piece of large farm equipment, typically the useful life runs about 15 years.
Really?
But that includes a pretty robust trade cycle of 4 or 5 different users. Some of the larger operations will swap out equipment more frequently, just given some of the technology and upgrades that, really make farmers more productive and help lower some of the input costs. And combines, tend to have a little bit shorter useful life, used a little bit more intensively, particularly down in regions like South America.
So what's a combine? If I'm gonna get one of those big combines that I see, with the big cabs and they got all the bells and whistles, what's that gonna set me back?
You're going to have to break out the wallet.
Okay.
A large combine could run, close to $1 million with all the bells and whistles and the new technology. They are a large capital investment.
And so I have to finance that, right? So if I got interest rates, they're no longer zero. So it's just like buying a car, isn't it? It's a lot more expensive.
It is, but interestingly enough, we've seen higher interest rates, to this point, really haven't had a detrimental impact on equipment sales, and I think a lot of that has to do with crop prices were historically elevated, farm income. We set a record in 2022, so farmers have had a lot of money in their wallets, and we've actually seen a lot of farmers go out and buy equipment with cash. The exception being more at the smaller end, more consumer-driven products. Those had historically been a little bit more rate sensitive. That being said, now with the pullback in crop prices and lower farm incomes, you're starting to see some of that interest rate sensitivity deteriorate some of the buying power for the larger operations.
Let's go back to the Deere earnings call that happened earlier today. Management brought up labor costs a lot as mentioning that this is the largest inflationary item within their production bucket and that a lot of it is contractual, mentioning that the labor contracts that they have in their factories have these scheduled step-ups in the year. So is that saying that labor costs are going to get even more expensive for Deere?
Yes. That being said, production costs we actually saw for the first time in 3 years this fiscal quarter turned into a tailwind. So while labor costs are going up, other costs are coming down, which is helping mitigate some of those higher labor inflationary pressures. So net, they're anticipating 2024 that production costs will actually be a tailwind.
So how's the supply chain here? I mean, I know for a while there, like the automobile industry, you know, the industrial equipment guys couldn't get the chips. They couldn't get some of the parts they need to build these things. How is the supply chain these days?
The supply base has, really normalized. It really is not a factor at this point anymore. There are pockets from time to time, but we've seen a normalized supply chain. I'd expect you get a little bit of tailwind, some factory efficiencies as we move into next year, but it's normal course of business.
A lot of times when we see companies set really low guidance, my initial reaction, and maybe this is just the cynical person in me, is thinking, setting the bar low so that they can, what's that phrase, to under-expect, outperform?
Yeah, under-promise, over-deliver.
That's there, thank you. I knew you would say it better than me. Is that, Chris, what you think is happening here, or that it really is as dire as Deere is making it out to be?
No, I think that's exactly what's happening here. I think they set a very low bar, and I wouldn't be surprised to see beats and raises throughout the year. We had anticipated fairly conservative guidance, just given some of the macro uncertainty, farm economy uncertainty. So that was to be expected. But to see, double-digit top-line declines across all businesses, pretty heavy decremental margins, 35% plus, that's more indicative of a more severe contraction. We just don't see that as a realistic scenario at this stage.
I remember when Chris was young and he wasn't so cynical, he would take management's guidance at face value, but now he's calling them out, saying maybe they're kind of throwing in the kitchen sink here.
I'm with him.
That's a mark of a good analyst. He's become a great analyst for us. Chris Giolino, industrials analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. He follows all the fun companies, I think, like Deere. He gets to ride around on tractors and stuff like that.
Is that part of the job?
Oh, yeah. You go to an analyst day, you got to check out the merch. So they
Dang.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's good stuff. They have a good time. Now, my job was better because I used to get to go to movie premieres for the media companies,
Disney, and
go out on cruise ships with Disney and all that kind of fun stuff. So
and now you're here in the office.
Now I'm here.
One of the biggest in-person office proponents I've ever met.
Exactly, and I've thrown in the towel on that. I've learned. I've kind of figured it all out. My kids are saying, forget about it. You've lost that fight. S&P 500 up about 0.5% here. NASDAQ up about 0.6%. Still green on the screen. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Thanks, Paul. Binance has pleaded guilty to anti-money laundering and sanctions violations. The crypto exchange will pay $4.3 billion, and its CEO, Changpeng Zhao, will step down and pay a $50 million fine. Brian Armstrong, CEO of Coinbase, called the resignation an opportunity for the crypto industry to start a new chapter.
It's not only been, an opportunity for Coinbase to step in, but it's also an opportunity for the industry, I think, to turn the page here and say that, yeah, some of the rules are clear around AML, KYC, OFAC, that the issues that Binance really had stepped over the line on. But some of the areas of the law are not yet clear. We need to go get that regulatory clarity to make sure that the future of this industry is built here in America, not on offshore unregulated exchanges.
Well, the shaky week of retail earnings continues with Guess, Urban Outfitters, and Nordstrom delivering cautious outlooks and warnings about the U.S. consumer. Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld has the roundup starting with Nordstrom.
Lower markdowns, better inventory management, but you had revenue falling short with a bigger than expected drop in sales. Looking at Urban Outfitters, it actually reported a comp sales miss at the namesake brand. That is overshadowing some good news from its Anthropologie and its Free People brands. And then Guess missing on revenue and cutting its full year EPS guide.
Now we have Guest down about 7%, Urban Outfitters down 12%, Nordstrom down more than 4.5%. Well, the FTC has launched an antitrust investigation into Roark Capital's $9.6 billion acquisition of Subway restaurants. Sources tell the New York Post that the agency is looking into whether the firm's ownership of rival sandwich shops presents competition concerns. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. Right now looking at a 22-point gain on the S&P 500 index. The S&P now trading at 4560, up by about 0.5%. Dow Industrials up 195 points, up 0.6%. NASDAQ, the composite index, up by 0.7%. 10-year yield now 4.42%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.93%. Spot gold down $6 the ounce to $19.92, a drop there of 0.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude is down $2 the barrel to $75.77 now, a drop today of just about 2.6%. So Treasury yields rose after data showed a further increase in consumer year-ahead inflation expectations, with traders weighing a raft of economic numbers for clues about the outlook for the Fed's next steps. Deere & Company shares down 3.9% after the company forecast smaller than expected profit next year. Chris Cialino is an industrials analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, and he was interviewed moments ago right here on Bloomberg Markets.
You know, we had anticipated fairly conservative guidance heading into the print, just given what we've seen with softer commodity prices, lower farm income, and I think it was pretty well anticipated that the cycle was turning. But this outlook is materially below what we had anticipated.
And again, Deere shares right now down 3.7%. NVIDIA after earnings down 2.6%. Recapping, equities are higher ahead of the holiday, with the S&P up now by 24 points, a gain there of 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Molly Smith, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. All right, it's Thanksgiving. It is time to start thinking about next year. I need some 2024 outlooks, and I always wait for the one from our next guest. Christina Hooper joins us. She's a Chief Global Market Strategist at Invesco. Christina, thanks so much for joining us. For a lot of folks, 2023 was a pretty good year, certainly relative to the carnage of 2022. How are you guys framing out, thinking about the risks and the opportunities in 2024?
Well, Paul, thanks so much for having me. In 2024, we anticipate that the first half of the year will show the effects of significant tightening. And by that, I mean we will see a slowdown. It will not be a recession, but I would term it a bumpy landing because there will be some damage. A soft landing, in my opinion, connotes no damage to the economy, no real damage. And I think we will see some, but I think it will be relatively brief. And by the second half, I think what we're likely to see is a significant recovery that could be helped by the start of rate cuts in the second quarter.
So a bumpy landing, I love this in the economy world, just adding another, phrase to the bank here in terms of hard landing, soft landing. Let's go with bumpy. So some kind of damage. Is that, Christina, in terms of the unemployment rate or maybe just, excuse me, just tell us where you see some of that damage coming from?
Well, so on a variety of fronts, we're very likely to see some kind of substantial increase in unemployment as a result of what's happened, I should say. But beyond that, I think we will see some companies come under significant pressure because of the very significant tightening of credit conditions. So some industries, some companies will be impacted more than others. Some were able to lock in loans over the longer terms at lower rates, but some will have difficulty. They'll have loans come due. It will be problematic. Smaller businesses are likely to be more affected than larger businesses. But the key is that this is likely to be a very brief slowdown. And what I think markets are doing is starting to discount that recovery that should unfold in the back half of 24, certainly helped by what I believe to be the definitive end of rate hikes, as we've seen in recent data.
Christina, outside the U.S., decidedly less growth, recession even in Europe. How do you think about outside the U.S. opportunities for next year?
Well, we have to differentiate between economies and markets. Yep. So yes, the European, UK economies are certainly coming under more pressure than the US economy. But when we look at markets in Europe and the UK, they're likely to benefit from some of the same factors that I believe US equities will benefit from in terms of the end of the rate hike cycle, looking to the start of cuts, and certainly looking to an economic recovery in their respective economies. I think what's also important to note is that the UK and European equities are likely to benefit from lower valuations. And I think that is going to play a role. Also, they have more exposure to cyclicals. And I would anticipate that there will be a recovery trade that unfolds. And so cyclicals, international, will benefit from that. So I think they're in a good place, even if their economies are going to continue to come under pressure.
Christina, can you explain to us why the U.S. economy seems to be so much better, maybe insulated or maybe less sensitive is the right way to think about it, to rate hikes than the European economies have been?
Well, there are a few different reasons, but I would focus specifically on the fact that we are just more insulated in the U.S. from rate hikes because of the phenomenon of long-term fixed-rate mortgages. If you look at the U.S. in terms of outstanding mortgages that are held by households, a little over 90% of them are in fixed-rate long-term mortgages. Now, as an aside, that was not the case going into the global financial crisis, hence the problems we saw. But Americans learned, and so they locked in long-term fixed rates. And as a result, one of the key areas where they would have felt pressure from rising rates, they don't. And that's not the case for UK households, European households, and Canadian households.
Christina, how about if I come to you and say, hey, I can just park my money in 2-year treasuries, get darn near 5%. That's not the worst thing in the world. What do you think about that for 2024?
So what I do is show you a chart of the performance of the S&P 500 in the 12 months after the last six, the performance after the end of the last 6 tightening cycles. So what we see is in 5 out of the last 6 tightening cycles, in the 12 months afterwards, There were double-digit gains for the S&P 500 in 5 out of those 6 periods. And so I would argue that you might want to diversify and gain some exposure to equities.
All right, you persuaded me.
Which kind of equities then?
Well, I'm going to go back to the playbook of the recovery trade and say smaller caps, overweighting of smaller caps and overweighting of cyclicals and overweighting of international, especially emerging markets. But I also think tech is likely to benefit, especially in the nearer term, just because they are long duration equities. And so they're quite sensitive to rates. And as rates come down, we're likely to see them benefit as we have in recent weeks.
Christine, what do you think about energy? It's certainly been, we've seen a lot of volatility in, the crude oil prices here. We have WTI off about a little more than 2% today, had been off a lot more than that earlier. So we're just under $76 a barrel for WTI crude oil. What do you think about the energy space here? Are there opportunities? If so, is it the upstream, the downstream? How do you guys think about that?
Well, I certainly think there are opportunities in energy, but we have to recognize that so much of oil prices are dependent upon the outlook on China. That's just the reality. And so that is going to have a significant impact going forward. Now, I happen to be more in the bullish camp in that I anticipate that what we're going to see, the targeted policies that have come out and will continue, in my opinion, to come out from China will be enough to support that economy. And that certainly should be positive and should be, arguably positive for the different areas within energy.
Did you have any update to how your China outlook is shaping up coming out of the APEC meeting last week? And just seemed like, there was obviously a lot of dialogue between Biden and Xi, as well as a lot of U.S. companies wanting to, express their commitment to the China market. So if that at all plays into your outlook for that part of the world.
Well, certainly communication is good. And what we're seeing underway, ever so slowly, is a form of reglobalization, right? We've, I think, seen the bottom, and we're seeing some improvement in global relationships. And I suspect that's likely to continue. Some areas will do better than others. Although I would argue that in terms of our outlook, what's most important for China's economy is its domestic policies and how it targets supporting consumers, as well as tackling some of the headwinds in the property sector.
Christina, thank you so much for joining us. Christina Hooper, she is the Chief Global Market Strategist for Invesco. So we appreciate getting some of her time here. And I guess thinking about that 2024 outlook, diversification, but I think I kind of felt like she's fairly constructive on these markets.
Sounds like she doesn't want you to put all of your eggs in the 2-year Treasury basket.
I know, and it's awful tempting. Even on the, to minimize that reinvestment risk, I could go out to 30 years and get 4.5%, 4.55%. That might be better. But
especially if the Fed's done, that sounds kind of nice.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we'll hear from the Fed soon. But I mean, I guess the bond market's telling you they are done. Maybe we did see peak rates back in late October.
I mean, it's hard to argue against that. The thing that I'm wondering is, as we're coming up on that December meeting, are they going to keep that optionality for another hike on the table? How much longer do you have to say that that's still a tool?
Yep, exactly right. So I'm just looking to refinance my mortgage. That's what I'm looking to do, but long ways to go there. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. Nancy Lyons has got World and National News.
Thanks, Paul. After more than 6 weeks of fighting, Israel and Hamas have agreed to a deal that would free about 50 hostages, women and children, in exchange for Israel releasing 150 Palestinian prisoners, also women and children. Bloomberg's Bill Ferry says there will also be a slight pause in the fighting to guarantee the safety of those being freed.
It's a 4-day pause, but there's a potential for an extension here if Hamas agrees to release more hostages. So basically, for every additional 10 hostages the Hamas releases, that extends the pause by a day.
Again, Bloomberg's Bill Ferry. Americans are stocking up on Thanksgiving food supplies for the big meal tomorrow. Kroger CEO Rodney McMullen tells ABC customers are scaling back their celebration this year.
70% of our shoppers tell us that they're going to get together and celebrate as a family, but the gatherings are a little bit smaller. The turkey size that people buy is a little bit smaller. So it's more intimate. And if you think, probably post-COVID, people are enjoying those deeper connections with people.
McMullen says, keep in mind, cooking the meal from scratch would cost you about a third of what you'd spend to have somebody else do the cooking. With many families dropping their dogs off at the kennel for the holiday, veterinarians are issuing an alert about a new respiratory illness that's impacting dogs. Veterinarian Lindsay Ganser says the mystery illness has been reported in 12 states.
Typical signs are starting with a cough, eye or nasal discharge, progressing to more of a wet cough, lethargy, fever, not wanting to eat.
Ganser says if your dog is experiencing any of those symptoms, it's better not to board them or to take them to doggy daycare. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green. S&P right now up 18 points, higher by 0.4%. The Dow also up by 0.4%, up 148 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 86 points now, a gain there of 0.6%. 10-year yield at 4.43%, with a 2-year at 4.91%. Treasury yields rose after data showed a further increase in consumer year-ahead inflation expectations as traders weighed a raft of economic numbers for clues about the outlook for the Fed's next steps. Spot gold down by $7 the ounce to $19.90. That is a drop right now of 0.4%. Bitcoin down 0.6%, 36,625 right now on Bitcoin. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 2.5%, 75.86 on West Texas Intermediate crude. NVIDIA shares lower after earnings, down 2.2%. Its latest quarterly report did blow past average analyst estimates, but failed to satisfy the loftier expectations of shareholders who have bet heavily on an artificial intelligence boom. Mandeep Singh is a senior tech analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence. He was a guest this morning on Surveillance.
This is a company that keeps upping its guidance and not only, beat and raise, but really, a 10% increase in outlook every time they report.
And again, we do have NVIDIA down 2.2%. By the way, you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Again, recapping here, stocks lower, S&P, stocks higher, S&P up 17 now, a gain there of 0.4%. It is Deere that is lower. Deere shares down now by 3.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Molly Smith, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We're also streaming live on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. All right, so Molly, you drive south to like Central Jersey, South Jersey on the Parkway, on the Turnpike, whatever. You go you just pull off. There's these huge distribution centers everywhere. Trucks, the Amazon delivery fulfillment centers, they are just everywhere in Central and South Jersey. I don't know where all this stuff comes from, but they're building them like crazy down there. But I guess that is because we demand stuff like the next day.
Well, some of us in what we would call North Jersey do. I mean, Central Jersey, that's a big controversial term you just used there, Paul.
Well, born and raised in Trenton, New Jersey, doesn't get any central than that. But you're right, I'm more of north-south, and Trenton is that dividing line.
Okay.
It is, by the way, the best TV market in the United States because
is it really?
We got, before cable television, it was just over the air, we got New York and Philadelphia stations.
Wow.
How about that?
Can't beat that.
Can't beat Trenton. Stephanie Rodriguez joins us. She's a national director for Colliers. Stephanie, talk to us about, I don't know, these industrial real estate, these warehouses, they seem to be going up everywhere. What's happening there in this rising interest rate environment is, a lot of these online retailers try to get you to that last mile delivery.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on in the space still. We saw such huge demand in 2021 and 2022, and we are starting to see a little bit of a decrease in the demand for warehouse space. So much of that is attributed to the fact that it's not such a frenzy anymore. People are sort of, pressing the reset button, if you will. But we'll start to see, I think, a lot less construction of new warehouse buildings as we go forward, because that pipeline is sort of coming to a bit of a halt thanks to interest rates.
Yeah, it sounds a lot too, Stephanie, of when we talk about the economy and that shift from goods to services. That's what it sounds like you're describing here. Is that a lot of what's at play?
Well, I mean, there's still demand for goods. Some recent figures that we released this week from my counterpart who leads our retail team said that there is about a 7.8% uptick in the services sector. So people are dining out, people are going on vacations, or enjoying things out of their homes. So we might see a little bit of a drop in the goods purchasing, but it's still a very, very busy purchasing environment, and we are seeing a lot of seasonal hiring and things of that nature fueling the delivery of those goods this holiday season.
So, Stephanie, I'm just looking at the bank rate, 30-year fixed mortgage. The bad news is it's 7.73%, but the good news is it's down from just a little over 8% a few weeks ago. What's going on in your corner of the real estate space with rates this high?
A lot is impacted, and not a lot of buildings are trading. So it used to be a really good environment because the industrial market was so strong. It was a great investment for buyers. Not a lot has been selling because financing is very difficult to get. People are kind of clinging to their cash right now. In addition, construction financing is increasingly more difficult to get, and that is having a big impact on any new construction that's coming into the pipeline for industrial real estate.
Can you tell us, Stephanie, about how you're looking at the outlook going into this holiday season for e-commerce versus in-store sales? I think that's got to be probably a pretty big discussion, especially around the holidays.
Yeah, I think one thing that people neglect to realize is we hear a lot about companies across the U.S. looking to fill some seasonal roles, and we all automatically go to, oh, well, they're hiring extra people to work at Target or in the malls. But it also includes people who are working in these distribution centers. And a lot of that goes to the e-commerce spending that we're seeing and the social commerce that we've seen such an uptick in. So Amazon alone announced in September that they plan to hire an additional 250,000 employees for the holidays. Target said they would add nearly 100,000. So there's lots driving that. As far as the purchasing power, e-commerce is expected to drive retail sales for the foreseeable future, accounting for about 20% of total retail sales by 2027. And that's significant. We saw it, ignite like wildfire during the pandemic, and that trend has continued. Retail social commerce sales, which is, when you're scrolling through Instagram or whatever social media platform on your phone, and you see an ad pop up for some really fancy new cowboy boots that you never knew you wanted. Those sales are also growing 23.5% year over year, projected in 2024. So online sales in the holiday season rose 3.5% year over year in 2022, and we expect that to continue. So
I guess from your perspective, Stephanie, I mean, you see it from the retail side, from the real estate side. One of the key debates on Wall Street is, are we going to have a recession, or when are we going to have a recession? I guess from your perspective and the clients you talk to, what's your view?
I mean, I'm not an economist by any stretch, so it's all speculation from where I sit. But I think that in general, when it comes to the real estate that I touch every day with our clients, people have been wondering if we were going to have a recession for the last 18 months, and it really hasn't appeared. The biggest impact that we've seen to our sector is just with the rising interest rates. But our customers who are occupiers of warehouse space are certainly taking this time to really be a little more calculated, more data-driven when it comes to their real estate needs. And I think that's a good thing. It's they're taking their time, they're being patient, they're being analytical, and they're really making sure that they're making a good decision for their business. I also see it on the flip side when it comes to investors or developers of industrial real estate. They're taking a pause because so much new space has been delivered to the market this year. This year alone, 630 million roughly square feet is what's been delivered in 2023. And we are seeing really steep declines in that pipeline going forward. Again, a lot of that's driven by interest rates, but some of it's also driven by the fact that these developers are just being more careful, right? So they're trying not to flood the market, because if there is a recession, then they're sitting on assets that are not, cash flowing. So
Understood.
It's been, a tale of two different things.
Yep, absolutely. Hey, Stephanie, thank you so much for giving us a few minutes of your time. We really appreciate it. Stephanie Rodriguez, she's a national director at Colliers, talking about some of the commercial real estate space. The warehouse space has been a very strong sector. Let's get some company news right now with Lisa Mateo.
Hey there, Paul. NVIDIA investors weren't blown away with the chipmaker's latest quarterly report, which topped estimates but failed to satisfy shareholders' expectations. Bloomberg Intelligence senior tech analyst Mandeep Singh pointed to a data center expansion.
Data center IT market was about 8 to 10% grower historically, and when you look at the numbers that NVIDIA is printing, clearly there is insatiable demand. Yes, they will be affected by China restrictions, but they're still undershipping demand, and that was the message.
All right, NVIDIA shares right now, they are down about 2% right now. And after intense pressures from investors, Sam Altman is coming back as CEO of OpenAI. And the board is going through a serious overhaul. Now, sources say Microsoft, who hired Altman when he was let go from the parent of ChatGPT, is likely to have representation on that new board. Now, speaking of that board, the interim board, it's going to be led by former Salesforce co-CEO Brett Taylor, Larry Summers, the Treasury Secretary now, Harvard professor and paid Bloomberg contributor, is getting a seat as well. And the Federal Trade Commission has launched an antitrust investigation into Roark Capital's $9.6 billion acquisition of Subway restaurants. Now, sources tell the New York Post that the agency is looking into whether the firm's ownership of rival sandwich shops presents competition concerns. And a Florida judge has ruled that a Tesla driver's family can seek punitive damages over a 2019 fatal crash blamed on autopilot. Now, that judge cited evidence that shows CEO Elon Musk knew that the assistance was defective. I'm Lisa.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, taking a look at these markets, still holding on to some gains here. The S&P 500 up 0.4%. NASDAQ up about half of 1%. It's a little bit better performance with the tech-heavy NASDAQ. Yields a little bit higher here. The 10-year Treasury up 4 basis points, 4.43% on the 10-year. WTI crude paring some of its losses, now down about 2.3%, just under $76 per barrel for WTI crude oil. Bitcoin off about 0.75%, now at 36,000. Let's call it 574 Bitcoin. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. and get world and national news with Nancy Lyons.
Thanks, Paul. The holiday rush is on. Millions of Americans are taking to the skies and the roads for what's expected to be the busiest Thanksgiving travel season on record. The TSA is expecting to screen more than 2.7 million people across the country today alone. And the FAA says there are more than 50,000 flights scheduled. FAA Administrator Michael Whitaker says the military is even opening up restricted airspace from the East Coast to the Gulf of Mexico to prevent a backlog.
While we don't control the weather, we're doing everything in our power to keep flights safe, keep cancellations and delays low this Thanksgiving.
TSA is projecting Sunday will be one of the busiest travel days ever as people head home. The CDC is sharing how to safely cook your Thanksgiving turkey. It says you should set the oven temperature to at least 325 degrees and place, this is key, completely thawed turkey in a roasting pan about 2 inches deep. They also say it's important to use a food thermometer. When it comes to leftovers, the CDC recommends refrigerating them at 40 degrees or colder within 2 hours of cooking to prevent food poisoning. And for safety's sake, they say you should eat all of your leftover cooked turkey in side dishes within 3 to 4 days. The newly negotiated 4-day truce between Israel and Hamas is supposed to take effect early tomorrow at 3 a.m. Eastern Time. It's believed 3 of the 50 hostages to be released by Hamas will be Americans. Liz Naftali is the great aunt of one of the youngest American hostages, 3-year-old Abigail Moore Edon. She's hoping Abigail will be among those released so she can be home to celebrate her birthday this Friday.
Until we actually see Abigail and other children come out of Gaza, I really don't think I will let myself really believe that she's free.
Naftali spoke with ABC. We told you yesterday the Rolling Stones are going back on tour. Now we know who will be the tour sponsor. It's AARP, known as the organization that serves Americans at least 50 years of age or older. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Paul and Molly.
Very
Polly.
good. Yeah, I like that. That
That's
works.
a good name for us.
Combo name.
Thanks, Nance.
That's a team name. There you go. Nancy Lyons, thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right. Recent box office history is working against Walt Disney's newest film, the animated musical Wish. Thanksgiving has historically ranked among the most lucrative dates on Hollywood's calendar, with studios releasing some of their biggest films as millions of American families gather for the long weekend. But that may be changing. Animated movies, a staple of the weekend with so many kids out of school, aren't drawing the big crowds they used to. During the pandemic, families learned to wait a few weeks to watch them on a streaming service such as Peacock or Disney. I guess that's a thing.
Well, I mean, tell me, Paul, because you're obviously more the resident Disney expert in the room here. You used to cover the stock in the greater media space for several years. Is this something, I personally didn't know that this is a really big box office weekend for these kinds of companies?
Oh, yeah. Just kind of, it's any time around the holidays, so now through the end of the year and then the summer, that's where they make 80, 85, 90% of the annual box office. So, the Thanksgiving is usually a time, and there have been some big ones. I mean, I'm thinking about, the big ones. I think the tentpole movies will still work fine in theaters. Mm-hmm. It's these what they call the mid-budget ones. So think about Hollywood isn't making many mid-budget family comedies like 3 Men and a Baby, which ruled the weekend in 1987. Or they're not really making Christmas-themed films such as 2004's top Thanksgiving release, Christmas with the Cranks. These things now tend, if they're mid-budget movies, they tend to go right to streaming.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe Disney could capitalize on that with Disney Plus.
We'll see.
So.
Yeah, they can capitalize. But again, ideally, you like to do multiple windows theater, then, other pay windows, and that's how you maximize it. But those days seem to be numbered. All right, Sound On with Joe Matthew, Washington, D.C. All the political coverage. That starts right now.
from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
Two major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes.
What does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
What can the Biden administration do on its own to support Israel?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
The Republican caucus is at war with itself.
Members of Congress would have a press conference every day if somebody would cover that.
There is bipartisan support for Israel.
This is one of the big ones we only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
They've got a deal on hostages. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the Biden administration helps to broker an agreement to secure the release of 50 hostages held by Hamas, including Americans, in exchange for 150 Palestinians held by Israel. We will talk about details of the plan, walk through what we know, and discuss what it might lead to with Congressman Ami Bera. The Democrat from California serves on the House Foreign Affairs and Intelligence Committees and is with us at the table this day before Thanksgiving. Republicans win a special House election in Utah, and Andrew Cuomo reportedly thinking about a run for mayor of New York City. We'll have analysis on all these stories from our signature panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us for the hour. So thanks for joining on the radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Global News. The cameras are lit as we welcome the congressman to the table, Ami Bera of the 6th District of California. It's great to see you, sir, and welcome back to Bloomberg.
Joe, thanks for having me on.
You're like the only lawmaker left in Washington today, so cheers to you. And thanks for being with us for an important conversation. I know that this is an important matter to you based on your perch on the Foreign Affairs and Intelligence Committees. And based on your role as a doctor, I don't know if you prefer to be called doctor or congressman. You can tell me that later. You have a unique view as to what's coming here, because it reminds us that not only do we have a breakthrough, but there are also 200 hostages still in Gaza.
No, absolutely. And being on the Intelligence Committee, we've been getting briefed on a pretty daily basis about the situation October 7th, but post-October 7th, and then the negotiations with the hostages. President Biden, his national security team, his foreign policy team have been very much involved in this. And you heard Prime Minister Netanyahu talk about calling the president to help get a better deal. And the focus really has been on the safe return of the hostages. So I think this was a breakthrough yesterday. And
what do you make of this 3-to-1?
I think we always anticipated it would be something like that. It sounds like it's Palestinian women and teenagers in exchange for the first tranche of hostages being a lot of children and women. There's that possibility of continuing the hostage exchange, and I think this is a good first step.
Well, the hostage exchange comes with the pause, as we're calling it, not a ceasefire, and I know that's deliberate language that we're using. It also allows for 300 aid trucks a day to be coming in from Egypt. That might be equally as important a component here when you consider the plight right now, Palestinian civilians.
Incredibly important, and I do see this as a doctor. You've watched the healthcare professionals, the doctors in Gaza talking about having to operate without anesthesia, hospitals running out of fuel, folks running out of medicine, and just the massive innocent civilian loss. So, that's not helping the cause of trying to find peace. It's also, in my mind, not making Israel more secure. So, can we take advantage of this pause? Can we get needed humanitarian aid, food, water, medicines, fuel into Gaza, to the civilians, not to Hamas? And then can we take this temporary pause and maybe make it a little bit more permanent?
The message from Benjamin Netanyahu was very clear yesterday. Not a ceasefire. In fact, when this pause is over, we will resume fighting in Gaza to root out Hamas. With that said, there's the potential for a second phase here that could lead to a more lasting ceasefire, maybe something we would actually refer to there. Are you concerned about Benjamin Netanyahu's posture at a time that could lead to a breakthrough?
I think they're going to continue to degrade Hamas. They're going to continue to do what they have to do in order to secure the Israeli people. But is there a different way to prosecute this war? Can you do something a little bit more surgical, more tactical, minimize the massive innocent civilian lives lost, the destruction? I mean, at the end of the day, the Palestinian people have to live somewhere. And, I don't think it's a great idea for Israel to try to occupy Gaza. I'm not sure what that looks like. So can we take this pause? Can we think about what might a two-state solution look like and start that conversation?
A two-state solution, boy, and it feels far away at the moment. The administration has received a lot of criticism from many progressive Democrats about the way that this war is being comported, even though that it is not the U.S. conducting this battle, but full-throated support for Israel while thousands of Palestinian civilians die. You can look at this one way or the other. It's very easy to blame Hamas in this case. The Biden administration would tell you that's what we should do. But it creates a political problem for him on the left. What do you hear from your colleagues in the House?
Hamas clearly instigated this war, so that there's no debate about who started this war.
Completely.
And Israel clearly has the responsibility to protect its civilians and make sure something like October 7th doesn't happen again. That said, you do see the massive humanitarian crisis taking place, the loss of life. It's heart-wrenching to see children being pulled out of rubble and so forth. So, I think President Biden's been very clear in the U.S. focus. Obviously, we will continue to help Israel secure its security, moving the aircraft carriers into the region. We are making sure this doesn't extend or expand into another front. So that is also clear to our mission. And then, the attacks on our troops and others in the region, we have to respond to that as well.
Well, what are you hearing on your committees? And I suspect it's both of them at this point, but I imagine that the Intelligence Committee has been quite a wealth of information, most of which you probably cannot share with me right now. But do you think that the presence of these two carrier groups helped to avoid a second front? Would Iran have been involved in this now if the U.S. hadn't acted the way it did?
I think moving the assets very quickly has really, there's an initial concern about Hezbollah perhaps getting involved here. We haven't really seen that. You've seen missile launches and so forth, but not a full-scale involvement. And then you have Iranian proxy groups in Syria, in Iraq, the Houthi rebels in Yemen. Again, I think we, along with others, have been doing what we have to do to make sure this doesn't spread.
Many have suggested, and it's not just now, it's part of being the president of the United States. There are things that the president knows that we will never imagine. And people question the president's demeanor when he walks into a room. Why does he look tired today? Why does he seem angry with reporters? What kind of information is he hearing when he's briefed in the morning or when he interacts with intelligence officials right now?
Being president of the United States probably is the hardest job in the world. And think about it. There's two real hot conflicts going on in this world. You've got the illegal invasion by Russia of Ukraine. And, I met with some Ukrainian civilians and healthcare professionals earlier this week, and they just talk about the atrocities that they're coming across and what's happening, and they're about to enter another winter, so that's got to weigh on the president. And now crisis in the Middle East, and trying to get the hostages back to diplomacy, all at the same time where last week he was meeting with Xi Jinping, trying to find a path forward to avoid conflict in Asia. So incredibly challenging job. I think the president's been doing a great job.
This is why they say it's not for the faint of heart or not necessarily for an old man. Do you worry about his ability to do that for another 4 years?
I think he's been a great president. You don't hear people criticizing the job. I equate age with experience, and he's the most experienced president that we've had. And I think the voters should look at his record of achievement. And if you look at that record of achievement, we've got the strongest economy in the world. Unemployment is way down. Wages are rising. And then with these conflicts around the world, and as someone on intelligence and foreign policy, I think he's doing a great job keeping a world together right now.
We're spending time with Congressman Ami Bera of California. The attention is going to shift from that end of Pennsylvania Avenue back to Congress when you return next week, or when your colleagues do. You, for the record, are still here at it. You could start negotiating a budget right now. But with that said, it may not come easily, the conversation around Israeli funding. Your new speaker decided to strip that away from Ukraine, Taiwan, and the border to bring that to a vote with, I realize, what you saw as a poison pill with defunding the IRS to a point here. It's going to have to take some shape, though. And I wonder if you have that vision in your head.
I mean, I think we would like to do both Ukraine and Israel supplemental together. I think, you're starting to hear some of my Republican colleagues say, hey, what you're asking for with regards to Taiwan or the Indo-Pacific's not enough. My friend Mike Gallagher certainly is asking for more. So that could be part of this. And then I do think, it's fair for us to do something on the southern border. I mean, we've got a real challenge there. I do think Republicans may want something different than what we're looking at, but let's negotiate around how we secure our southern border and perhaps put all that together in a security supplemental.
Based on what you've seen by this Republican majority, is it possible to get that done at the same time as figure out how to avoid a government shutdown in January?
I mean, as we've seen time and time again, the only way to do that is through a bipartisan deal.
They need you.
Well, they need me and folks like me that are willing to negotiate, compromise, and find a middle ground. And that's not going to be the extremes on the far right or the extremes on the far left. It'll be a center right, center left coalition.
Are you optimistic that exists based on what you've seen? The speaker was at Mar-a-Lago last weekend, I understand.
Yeah,
maybe he doesn't want to be working with you.
Speaker Johnson did the right thing by doing a relatively clean CR. That he got a victory in this two-step process again, and I think we were satisfied with it. So, at the end of the day, it is going to take bipartisanship, and I think he realizes that. I think former Speaker Kevin McCarthy realized that, and it always came down to Democrats and Republicans working together.
You talk to Kevin McCarthy? He's your colleague from the California delegation. You see him on the cafeteria line now. I mean, what's his life like as a former Speaker?
I don't want to speculate on what Kevin McCarthy's thinking. Hopefully, there's no elbow checks in the back or anything like that.
Sounds like you haven't gone out for drinks lately. People should know that you were instrumental, and I know this is very important to you, in helping to settle Afghan refugees. We have a situation now where Israel's neighbors are not opening their doors to Palestinians that have been urged to evacuate, for instance. What's the answer to this?
I think we're going to continue to put pressure on Egypt. Obviously, they've got a shared border with Gaza and the Rafah crossing. I think we will continue to talk to the other Arab nations and others. They have to be part of the solution. And again, if you can get a prolonged pause and potentially a ceasefire, any two-state solution, any security guarantees are going to involve the other countries in the region.
Yeah, well, you start wondering as well, would the U.S. play a role in housing refugees, or is that just too far away to be practical?
No, I think we've always taken refugees in Sacramento County, which is my home district, has always been a place where, going back to the Vietnam War, a lot of Southeast Asian refugees in the Sacramento region, to what we went through a couple years ago with the Afghan refugees. We've got one of the largest populations. And I would say the refugees really add to the diversity and what makes Sacramento great. And again, we're a country where we should take our fair share, but obviously work with everyone else.
People are going to sit down at the Thanksgiving table tomorrow, and we know that politics will probably be talked about in a few households. There was a poll that I've referred to repeatedly from Quinnipiac this week. 6 out of 10 voters are hoping that politics will not be in the conversation at the dinner table. But it's hard to avoid when issues like inflation are driving politics, the things that we deal with every day, the prices that we pay. And I suspect that's going to be part of what comes up tomorrow. What do you want people to know that they might not be aware of when they say, hey, this costs a lot more than it did in 2019, or hey, this president's too old to get out of bed in the morning? What would Ami Bera tell them if he was at the other side of the table?
I'd say when we give our blessings before we carve into that turkey, let's look at the complexity of the world. Let's hope for a better, kinder country and world. And there's much more that binds us together than separates us. And the divisions that sometimes you see in Congress or the divisions you see across the dinner table. If we could actually find some civility, find the ability to look at the world from someone else's eyes. And that's what I'm trying to do. Again, when I think about the tragedy in Gaza, I can see it, when I talk to my Palestinian American constituents, the pain and anguish in their voices. It's the same thing when I was talking to families of hostage victims that are praying for their relatives' safe return from when they were taken by Hamas. They have that same pain and anguish. So, if we could learn to see the world from someone else's eyes, we might find a path forward.
That's a wonderful answer, and I appreciate your coming to see us today. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, even if you have to spend it here in the nation's capital.
Happy Thanksgiving. At least I got to be with my family.
Indeed. Thank you, Congressman. That's really all we can ask for, isn't it?
Yeah.
Our best to your family, and cheers. Thank you for joining us. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Bloomberg Sound On as we assemble our panel for a quick swing at some of the issues we were talking about with the Congressman. And we'll have a lot more time as well with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Here they are, primed for Turkey. And some pretty good news today, Jeannie, in a hostage agreement that we talked about yesterday. It seems to have largely taken the form of what we expected. Is this a win for Joe Biden?
I do think it is. We even heard from Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday, who said he was given the deal that Qatar and the United States had brokered. He didn't like parts of it. He went to Biden. They were able to rectify it. And he personally thanked Joe Biden. So I do think it is, but I think very, very smartly, the administration cannot and should not take a victory lap on anything here. These are 50 of more than 200 hostages. There is so much more work to be done. And I think Jake Sullivan on the morning show said the same. So I think tone is absolutely appropriate, and they do deserve kudos for this work they've done in a really, really awful situation.
Well, this is a good point, Jeannie, and you're not the first to suggest that this isn't time to be taking victory laps or celebrating here. Rick, obviously this is very good news for 50 families, some of them American, but to Jeannie's point, there are 200 others. Does this actually help to potentially unlock another deal?
Sure. I think that the Qatari foreign minister said just that this isn't the game done. This is the game begins. And that game is, if you can entice these terrorists into releasing hostages for, certain kinds of terms like ceasefires, then maybe you just keep tacking on. And, the terms of this are, you get another day of a ceasefire if you give us 10 more hostages. The hope would be that you could get all these hostages released by year end. And there's some indications from Palestinian officials that could be the potential outcome. So crush your fingers, hold your breath. But it does seem that we're headed in the right direction when it comes to a flow of hostages coming out of Gaza.
Yeah, Rick makes a great point. Israel says it will extend the pause for every additional 10 hostages. So this could take on a lot of different forms here in the coming days. And we're going to have a deeper dive with Rick and Jeannie on this important development here on the day before Thanksgiving. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We're glad you joined us on Sound On. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. Wall Street's focused on Turkey and Treasury yields. Yields are climbing after data showed a further increase in consumer year-ahead inflation expectations. Some traders taking profits on dovish Federal Reserve wagers. Two-year yields topped 4.9%, but the 10-year right now 4.42%. S&P 500 index is rebounding after a brief pause in the November rally, up another 21 points now, up 0.5%, and we've got the S&P heading into the holiday at 4560. The Dow up 180 right now, up 0.5%. Nasdaq up 96 points. That is a gain of 0.7%. Spot gold down $6 the ounce to $19.91. A drop there of 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.8% now, 76.41 for a barrel of WTI. Tough day for a number of retailers after earnings. The clothing company Guess is seeing its shares drop after reporting net revenue that missed estimates. Guess shares down 8.4%. The department store chain Nordstrom reported total revenue that missed estimates. Nordstrom down 5.5%. And the clothing retailer Urban Outfitters reported comparable sales that missed estimates. Urban Outfitters now down by 12.6%. Again, recapping, stocks are higher with the S&P up 22, a gain of 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Israel is calling it a pause. Hamas calls it a truce. Whatever you want to call it, the White House wants you to know that President Biden was deeply involved. Jake Sullivan, speaking about the hostage deal, the hostage release deal, announced today, speaking on ABC's Good Morning America, about the role that the President of the United States played in achieving their freedom.
The key, honestly, was bearing down on both sides, working the United States closely with Qatar and with the government of Egypt to get both sides to essentially get specific. And the big move happened late last week when President Biden spoke first with Prime Minister Netanyahu and then with the Emir of Qatar to say how many hostages for how many days in return for how many Palestinian prisoners. And it was really the work to refine those details that finally produced the breakthrough that we now see resulting in the announcement of a pause in hostilities and the first return of prisoners, of hostages.
Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature panel, back together for their thoughts on this deal. Now that it has emerged, we should note, by the way, the president is not in town. He is on Nantucket celebrating Thanksgiving with the family, and this deal came together late yesterday. We were waiting for it. I'm sure he thought it might emerge before he left the city, but no big announcement here, no Rose Garden announcement coming from the White House, despite the fact that the administration was clearly deeply involved in this. Jeannie, you made the point before, it's not time to be celebrating or taking victory laps with 200 more hostages in Gaza. But this administration clearly wants people to know that Joe Biden was on the phone helping to make this happen.
Yeah, they do. And with good reason. I think it's another case of Joe Biden, being very good and delivering. Again, we have to be cautious here because they haven't been delivered yet, but delivering on a promise to try to strike a deal. But it's not something that's visible to most Americans. And so, to hear Jake Sullivan today out in the morning shows, you just played that clip, he's absolutely right to make the case. This is, I think, the scope and the scale of what, if this comes through, they have achieved, if they get these 50 children and women out, is quite remarkable. We've never seen anything like it. And, it's just chilling when you think about the specifics here. Israel has released some information that are being given to Israeli soldiers who are going to be potentially greeting the children when they come out, sort of a script of what to do and what not to do. It is utterly, utterly frightening to read and to think about what these people have gone through. And the fact that we may see 3 Americans come out, and we don't know yet, but that then there are about 200 remaining. The scope and the scale is astonishing. And, President Biden deserves kudos knows if this worked, but again, there's a lot more work to be done. And watch for a divide between the US and Israel continuing to be exacerbated, because all three of the statements we saw from the White House ended focusing on the release of hostages versus Israel and Netanyahu. They are going back to their primary goal of destroying Hamas. Many people feel those two goals are in conflict, and the resolution to those is really difficult to parse your way out of.
Yeah, well, that's one way of looking at it, Rick. Some folks think that they're not in conflict and, in fact, are reliant upon each other. How do you look at it?
Yeah, look, I mean, presidencies for as long back as we can remember have suffered under expectations and disappointments in the Middle East, whether it's all-out war like what we have now or failed peace initiatives. It's actually part of the methodology you see the Biden White House using. Try to take some credit, but don't expect to get out too far, because your heart's going to get broken at some point along the way here. And, you just got to protect the presidency from looking like it's taking credit from something that actually turns into another bad thing. So there's so much that can go wrong, not just with this initial release of hostages, but with ultimately the war that is going on now, and how long it'll last and what it'll look like 5 years from now. And so the good news for the Biden White House is that it's not likely to be a major issue in the general election. I mean, they'd like to get out from underneath some of the negatives that have happened, some of the protest movements in the United States. And so you see, very careful orchestrations, which is why, by the way, you wouldn't see a Rose Garden or a presidential speech, because the last thing that they want to do is put him too far out in front of something that could wind up being a disaster. So the foreign policy, brief and national politics, though, is pretty minimal. He doesn't have to prove to anybody that he can be commander in chief. He's been it. And so really, I think the White House is probably sitting around, by the time the first hostages here are released tomorrow, starting to think about how they can start talking about the economy again.
Interesting. I thought maybe we'd see a statement or something from Joe Biden on Nantucket, Jeannie. You pull out the pipe and drape, they can always go live from there. Maybe a message to Americans on Thanksgiving Eve that they're making progress in the Middle East. Does that not happen?
I think I think they are very worried, and rightly so, about getting ahead of their skis. So I think they may wait until we see an actual release, which would make sense. But, on the point that you and Rick were just talking about, other things to watch for, we are hearing about a real connection continuing between Iran and Russia. Russia potentially giving Hezbollah air defense missiles, Iran giving Russia some type of munitions, some type of missiles to use over Ukraine. Those are the kinds of things that can really blow up, to use a horrible expression, in the administration's face, as we face a real challenge containing this in the Middle East. And so it's really important to watch out for that. We even heard Xi Jinping talking about this at BRICS yesterday. So, in their virtual meeting, and calling for a two-state solution, and Putin responding. So much international pressure and so much international foreign policy issues riding on this. It can really blow up in a number of different ways that the administration can't foresee. So they got to be very careful about what they say publicly.
Yeah, for sure. I asked Congressman Bera about the funding for Israel, not to mention Ukraine and the others that are in the supplemental budget request from the White House, Rick. And it does look like Republicans have at least a little bit more assurity in their majority. Celeste Malloy won this special election in Utah to fill the seat of former Congressman Chris Stewart. So it stays Republican. And knowing that George Santos may be losing his seat imminently, does this help Speaker Johnson plan around the looming budget debate? Or is it just a wash the way you look at it?
No, I think obviously every little bit is important here in a very closely divided Congress. And he's been without one extra vote. So, the margins have been super slim, just 3 people would make a difference in getting something passed or having it fail. So one vote matters, and you can't guarantee that Santos will be expelled. I mean, it really sounds like there's an attitude right now that they really don't care anymore to lose that vote, and he's been such an egregious abuser of the law that he needs to go. But I'm not going to hold my breath on that. I mean, Congress has not really distinguished itself this year as being, a object of profile and courage. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's pretty clear, though. I mean, let's just be clear. Nothing's going to pass this Congress without a bipartisan Democrat and Republican coalition to push legislation through, just like they just did on the CR and they did before on the debt limit. Conservative mavericks, the Freedom Caucus, the MAGA extremists, whatever you want to call them, they're going to hold this place up. They don't care if Washington burns. They don't care if people miss their paychecks. They are trying to create, all kinds of disruption within the federal government. They just as soon not fund the Justice Department, the military, the FBI. So you're in a cycle, and hopefully Speaker Johnson recognizes it, that without bipartisan cooperation, people like the congressman you just interviewed, who are prepared to go to work and get things done with Republicans and Democrats alike, unless you have that, you're not going to get anything done.
There you have it from Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Our signature panel will stay with us as Ron DeSantis lands an important endorsement, at least it has been until now, in Iowa. We'll talk to the panel about whether it matters. By the way, Malloy's election does bring the House back to its full complement of 435 members. We expect she'll be sworn in next week. We've got breaking news at Niagara Falls, so we want to bring you up to date right now from the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Nancy Lyons has that. What do we know, Nancy?
Well, Joe, a huge explosion has been reported at the U.S.-Canada border at Niagara Falls. ABC is reporting the blast caused a loud bang and forced the bridge to close. The Niagara Falls mayor's office says the incident involved a vehicle that was crossing into the U.S. New York Governor Kathy Hochul says on social media she's been briefed on the incident and state agencies are on site and ready to assist. President Biden says the U.S. will be making sure that the short-term truce agreed to by Israel and Hamas will be carried through in its entirety. Biden says the deal should bring home additional American hostages, and he's vowing not to stop until all are released. The aid groups that have been helping civilians in Gaza say the pause cannot come soon enough. Philippe Lazzarini is the Commissioner General of the UN Relief Worker Agency.
It is definitely welcome. I really hope that through this, we will be able to better reach everyone in Gaza Strip.
The pause is expected to begin at 3 a.m. tomorrow morning Eastern Time and will last for 4 days. Lots of folks are on the road today traveling to get together with loved ones this Thanksgiving.
Well, let's go into our grandma and papa's house in Delaware.
Go to my aunt's house a little further south Jersey, and then come back for like the big dinner and dessert.
AAA says more than 55 million Americans are traveling. Global news 24 hours a day.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and we begin with a developing story. As we have been reporting, a border crossing between the U.S. and Canada has been closed after a vehicle exploded at a checkpoint on a bridge near Niagara Falls. Now, the FBI's field office in Buffalo said in a statement it is investigating that explosion on the Rainbow Bridge, which connects the two countries across the Niagara River. New York Governor Kathy Hochul says she has been briefed on the incident and is closely monitoring the situation. Stay with Bloomberg for the very latest on this developing story. U.S. stocks are higher across the board, holding on to pre-holiday gains. We've got the S&P up 21 points now, a gain of 0.5%. So the S&P at 45.59. The Dow's up 169 points, up 0.5%, while the Nasdaq Composite Index is up 100 points, up now by 0.7%. 10-year yield at 4.42%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.93%. Gold is down $9 the ounce to $19.89, a drop there of 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%, $76.85 a barrel. Oil shares are lower, along with the price of crude. The OPEC Plus meeting scheduled for this weekend has been delayed as talks ran into trouble amid Saudi dissatisfaction with other members' oil production levels. On its website, OPEC said ministerial meetings will now take place on November 30th. Amrita Sen is Director of Research at Energy Aspects, and she was a guest this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
It's just like they need some time to, because again, it's to convince certain countries, and everybody's asking me right now, oh, is the deal going to fall apart? Are the Saudis unhappy? Are they going to flood the market? Those fears are completely unfounded.
And you can hear more on that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Among oil names, ExxonMobil down 0.8%, BP shares down 1.9%, Chevron down now by 0.2%. Recapping, stocks are higher. S&P up 21, up 0.5%, and the 10-year's yielding 4.42%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
They say it's a big deal for Ron DeSantis in Iowa. We'll see if it actually makes a difference. But a big endorsement after landing the governor. Now it's Bob Vander Plaats, the evangelical leader from Iowa, who incidentally has backed the Iowa Republican winner in the last 3 contested Iowa caucuses. So this should be a bellwether here, right? This gives us a sense of where we're going. Went on Fox News last night to talk about why he chose the governor of Florida. Here's Bob Vander Plaats.
So right away, it was kind of his endorsement to lose. But as you know, Brett, in Iowa, they go to church with us. They're in our homes. They come to our offices, the Leadership Summit. But at last Friday's Thanksgiving Family Forum, he closed the sale with me. He was very clear about we need a president who can serve 2 terms, not 1 term. We don't need a president that's going to be a lame duck on day one. You need a president that's going to surround themselves with the best and brightest people versus having a hard time attracting them again. And someone who's actually going to do what they say they're going to do.
So is that the recipe? We reassembled our panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano join Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick, I'm pretty sure you managed to get the Vander Plaats endorsement in 2008 going into the Iowa caucuses. What does this mean for Ron DeSantis? I'm not sure the Kim Reynolds endorsement moved the needle last week. Will this?
You know, he is hopeful it will. He's hopeful that the communication to caucus goers will be very strong on his behalf. Caucus goers are predominantly evangelical politicians and operatives and people who participate in those caucuses. So Vander Plaats has an enormous amount of influence on that, and many of them have been holding out, waiting to see where he goes. So when it comes to polling, who knows? Probably not going to have a major impact over the course of the next couple of weeks. But we're running out of time to where polls matter anymore. And now what really matters is how many of the 250,000 or so caucus goers are actually going to be up for grabs, and can you turn them out? So this is this is an important cog in that wheel when it comes to being able to turn out caucus goers on caucus night, who are going to support DeSantis. It probably won't impact the polls, but it could impact the internals.
Well, there you go, Jeannie. I don't know what this is doing for you following the Kim Reynolds endorsement of Ron DeSantis. You would think these would add up to significant momentum as we head for the caucuses only a couple of months away now, which is shocking to say out loud. But Donald Trump's still pretty sore about Kim Reynolds. In fact, he took to social media today. He was looking pretty tired when he recorded this video. Here's the former president.
Kim Reynolds of Iowa has gone from a popular governor to the most unpopular governor in the entire United States of America. Not an easy feat.
I'm not sure.
Her endorsement of Ron DeSanctimonious, who is 50 points down to me in the polls, has given him exactly 0 bounce. He's a wounded bird falling violently from the sky. I wonder what position Kim was promised in order to back someone who is so far down in the polls.
Pretty sure she's not the least popular governor in the country, Jeannie. But is Ron DeSantis a wounded bird falling from the sky as he racks up these endorsements?
I love Trump's imagery, I have to say. And, Donald Trump holding a grudge, shock, shock, shock. And this is what Vanderplat has to look forward to. He should have just held his tongue. We know Kim Reynolds is not the least popular governor in the country, but Donald Trump doesn't worry about that truth. The reality is, I think that, Vanderplat's, sure, if you're Ron DeSantis, you're happy. If you're the campaign, you're happy. I'm not sure, though, it moves the needle. And the reality is that this is not helpful to the Republican Party, or at least anybody in it who wants to make a really strong go at Donald Trump, because what this does is it keeps this split between DeSantis, Haley, Christie, Vivek Ramaswamy. If they want to contest Trump, who's 40 points ahead in most polls, they've got to consolidate. And this doesn't help do that by any stretch. So, sort of plays into Donald Trump's hands and by extension, Joe Biden. So I'm not sure it does anything to help anybody who wants to see somebody else in this contest besides Biden and Trump.
We're spending time with Rick and Jeannie on this day before Thanksgiving as Andrew Cuomo pops back into the headlines. Rick, I don't know what you make of this, but Politico says he's eyeing a run for New York City mayor, remembering, of course, the style in which he left the governor's office. Some are surprised by this, but of course, Eric Adams has his own problems, and I guess if he's somehow legally incapacitated, Andrew Cuomo may be in the wings. Politico says he is gauging the viability of a potential bid, circulating a new poll on how voters feel about his accomplishments and controversies. That would be quite a job for a strategist. Rick, how would that work exactly?
Yeah, that's kind of an overtime employment for a strategist to figure out a way to take Cuomo, who had to leave office under sexual harassment complaints, and repackage him to be a favorite for the mayor's race in the city. He and Eric Adams were reported to be very good friends, and so I think this only really comes to pass if Eric Adams somehow has to leave office himself. Due to some of these investigations, I guess, that the FBI are conducting about campaign finance violations. But look, I mean, Cuomo's been looking for a way to get back into the game. He talked about running for governor again. He's talked about pursuing other offices. So he's clearly a guy who has not given up on a political future for himself. And I guess maybe New York City voters are less discerning than those statewide who would be willing to take him in after having to leave office under a cloud and controversy.
Just a minute left, Jeannie. America does love a rehabilitation story, a comeback story, right?
Oh, that's right. And remember Andrew Cuomo during the COVID disaster? He was all over TV. He'd like to be that again. But Cuomo, remember, in 2002, ran against Carl McCall and then had to scratch his way back. I don't think he makes a run against the city's second black mayor. He's been down that road, and it has ugly return for him. So to Rick's point, if Adams doesn't run, maybe. But otherwise, he won't try that again. I doubt it.
I'd love to see that poll. Final thoughts ahead from Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. We'll update the situation at Niagara Falls here on Sound On as well. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Boeing's largest 737 MAX variant has been given so-called type inspection authorization by the FAA, and that clears the path for the next phase of flight testing for the long-delayed model. The airplane maker says the authorization for the 737 MAX 10, which can seat as many as 230 people, gives FAA test pilots access to test flights after more than 400 flights performed by Boeing. Boeing shares up 0.6%. Deere & Company shares now down 2.5% after it forecasts smaller than expected profit next year. And with more on that story, here's Bloomberg's Tom Busby.
Charlie, slowing equipment demand from farmers starting to weigh on the world's largest tractor maker. Deere said net income for the fiscal year will be between $7.75 billion and $8.25 billion. That's after reporting fourth quarter earnings that beat analyst estimates. But its full year outlook came in well below estimates compiled by Bloomberg of $9.32 billion. Sliding crop prices have hit machinery makers in recent months, with farmers a little less willing to buy new equipment for planting and harvesting. While demand for new tractors remains elevated, there is concern that production of farm equipment could start outstripping demand. Charlie?
And that's Tom Busby reporting. Software and multimedia developer Autodesk shares are down 5.6% after being downgraded by Piper Sandler after the company's tepid growth rate tempered margin expectations. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
We are live from Washington with an eye on New York, and more specifically Niagara Falls, where we had breaking news a bit earlier this hour. An explosion near the bridge crossing from the Canadian to the U.S. side, and we want to get to Bloomberg News reporter Sarah McGregor, who is following this for us. We don't have a lot of information right now, I realize, Sarah, but what can you tell us about this vehicle that apparently exploded?
Yes, information is coming in dribs and drabs at this point. But what we do know is that the border is shut down right now at the Rainbow Bridge, which is in Niagara Falls, about a mile from the big tourist site. We are suspecting it's being taken seriously, especially because people have come out like Kathy Hochul in New York, Doug Ford, the Ontario Premier. We have Chuck Schumer, all saying, that law enforcement are working together between the U.S. and Canada to figure out what's going on. And the other bit of information we have are some images from Twitter, of course, unverified, but some images there that look like a pretty serious incident happened. Of course, the big question is whether this explosion of a car that we do know was going from Canada into the U.S., whether, what happened to it? Was it something intentional or was it an accident?
That's right. So this took place, just to clarify, this is the Rainbow Bridge, and it happened on the Canadian side heading to the U.S. side. Is that right, Sarah?
It looks like it happened sort of right along the border, but yes, the car, according to what we've heard from officials, was going from Canada into the U.S.
And of course, this could be anything at this point. We have no idea what occurred with that vehicle, but the FBI Buffalo field office is investigating. We understand Kathy Hochul is en route. Sarah, do we expect to see her at Niagara Falls later today?
Possibly, yes. We might see a lot of officials. Of course, right now this is an active investigation site, so getting close to what's happening will not be possible because authorities are in there from the FBI to, all sorts of local and state authorities. This is a site where there's about 90,000 crossings over the bridge last month, so it's a very, very busy place. It's obviously close to where some tourists are, and we know this is going into, of course, the Thanksgiving weekend in the U.S. with a lot of travel warnings and heightened tensions across the world with all the conflicts. I think, everyone's taking this with the utmost seriousness.
Sarah, I appreciate you joining us in the flurry here. Sarah McGregor from Bloomberg News with us live on Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington with headlines crossing the terminal. Now, Peace Bridge, Rainbow Bridge, and 2 other border crossings are closed. And as we heard again from Governor Hochul, police are working with the FBI to monitor all New York entry points. Obviously, tensions are very high at our northern border. As we turn to Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, just for their reaction here to a headline like this. Rick, it reminds us about what we heard from Christopher Wray just a couple of weeks ago in testimony on Capitol Hill, that while we're seeing massive tension and conflict in the Middle East, domestic terror threats are near an all-time high. And so, of course, this is the first thing that comes to so many minds.
That's right. The FBI has been telling Congress and the American public that the number one threat to the homeland is domestic terrorism. And we don't know at this point, as you were pointing out, whether or not this falls into that category. But it is a reminder that we need to be forever vigilant. And, what's the saying? See something, say something. And this might be a reminder of just that.
You said it. Jeannie, this is a moment for the governor as well. Does she need to stand before cameras today to take control of the situation?
I think she needs to get the information clarified first. There's a lot of speculation we're hearing online and elsewhere. So I think once she has some solid information, yes, she should share that with all New Yorkers and people across the country. To Sarah and your point, this is a busy crossing and on one of the busiest travel days of the year. And that is what is so chilling about it, and why, it really does deserve, real consideration in terms of getting to the bottom of exactly what happened.
Well, I didn't think we'd be parting with this particular topic. Jeannie and Rick, we thank you so much for a great conversation. And I hope you know how thankful I am and we are for you, your insights, your friendship and companionship here on Sound On. Cheers to you both and have a great holiday. Kaylee's on the way in next. Hour 2 of Sound On starts right now.
Now, from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
Two major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes.
What does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
What can the Biden administration do on its own to support Israel?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
The Republican caucus is at war with itself.
Members of Congress would have a press conference every day if somebody would cover them.
There is bipartisan support for Israel.
This is one of the big ones we only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
There's no one left here inside the bubble. The House and Senate are out. Lawmakers are gone. The president's on Nantucket, but we are still here on the fastest show in politics. Welcome to Hour 2 of Sound On, as we're joined this hour by Terry Haynes, the founder of Pangea Policy, with an eye on Capitol Hill and on the campaign trail with Bloomberg's Gregory Cordy. The OPEC meeting set for this weekend appears to have been postponed. We'll find out what's going on and what it might mean for holiday oil and gas prices later this hour with Ellen Wald at the Atlantic Council. Kaylee Lyons is standing by to join the conversation, and we'll do it all after an update on Wall Street. Charlie Pellet has that for us in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Higher across the board, and just resetting our top story that we are following. The FBI is investigating a vehicle explosion at the Rainbow Bridge, which connects the U.S. to Canada at Niagara Falls. New York Governor Kathy Hochul says, quote, "I have been briefed on the incident on the Rainbow Bridge, and we are closely monitoring the situation." Now, she is traveling to Buffalo to meet with law enforcement and emergency responders. We will keep you updated with the very latest developments out of Niagara Falls. Stocks higher across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Treasury yields climbed after data showed a further increase in consumer year-end inflation expectations, with some traders taking profits on dovish Federal Reserve wagers. Two-year yields have topped 4.9%. We've got the two-year now at 4.92%. The 10-year, 4.41%. S&P up 23 points, up 0.5%. The Dow up 175, up 0.5%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 103, higher by 0.7%. Spot gold down $9 the ounce to $19.89, drop there of 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.2% now at $76.86 a barrel. So what about the broader market backdrop? Alberto Gallo is Chief Investment Officer at Andromeda Capital Management.
It's an environment where equities, are expensive, and wages are growing, corporate profits are okay, but everything is priced in. You've seen Nvidia yesterday It surprises to the upside in terms of earnings, but stocks can't reprice more than they already have.
And you can hear more of the conversation with Alberto Gallo on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. He mentioned NVIDIA after earnings down now by 1.2%. Deere after earnings down 2.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Right, Charlie, thank you. Welcome to Hour 2 of Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, where there is another. Kaylee Lyons is here as well. Nice to see you. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Congressman Ami Bera was with us in studio last hour. Right. I think he is actually the only lawmaker maybe in Washington today.
Yeah.
The president is gone. He's on Nantucket, by the way. I don't know if we need to have a little instructional thing about that. I keep reading that he's in Nantucket. You can't be in an island, right? That's how, when we're in New England, we say, you're on Nantucket, you're on the vineyard.
But you're not on Manhattan.
No, and that's New York's own problem, I feel like.
But it's an island.
You're not in Survivor Island, you're on Survivor Island.
Interesting.
And we actually do that for things up there other than islands. You see, you're on the Cape. You're not in Cape Cod, you're on Cape Cod.
Interesting.
It's
This
just been
feels
bothering
like a
me a little bit.
Northeasterner thing.
It clearly is.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's grammatically incorrect, but I'm sticking with it.
Okay.
The president on Nantucket, he does this every year. It's a Nantucket thing, and I'm not sure if that has anything to do with just getting away from it all. But I'll tell you what, there's nothing happening on Nantucket right now.
Yeah, well, there's not much happening here in D.C.
That's true.
either. I think pretty much every lawmaker is soaking up all of the family holiday time that they're getting.
And gravy.
Soaking up their thankfulness because they're probably just filled with dread at the prospect of returning to D.C. and dealing with all of the business they have to deal with on the other side of this
That's a
ring.
desperate state of affairs, Kaylee Lyons. So some would not blame them for that, I guess.
Yeah.
They're going to hear from constituents. They're going to second guess this whole speaker thing. God knows what else will come out of the wash by the time they're back. We're going to talk about that and the latest on the campaign trail coming up with our friend Terry Haynes from Pangea Policy. We're totally pulling him off of his time off as well, I think. But
Yes,
God
he's
love
very
Terry
kind to join
to
us.
bring us direction. And we've got an eye on what's happening on Niagara Falls. This popped up last hour, Kaylee, and it looks like we have a new headline from Fox. This appears to have been a fatal event at the bridge, the Rainbow Bridge that connects Canada and the U.S.
Yeah, just about a mile from Niagara Falls. Of course, we already had understood that there was a vehicle explosion that the FBI was investigating, and now, according to Fox, that explosion was an attempted terrorist attack. There are 2 dead in that car explosion. Again, this is according to Fox. There is a lot we still don't know here, and we know that New York Governor Kathy Hochul is en route in this direction right now as you're seeing the border crossings in all throughout this area, a number of them closed at the moment.
This is incredible stuff, and it's developing very quickly here before our eyes. Governor Kathy Hochul on her way to the border, apparently to Niagara Falls. We'll, of course, bring you comments from her if we get them, but this literally just happened less than an hour ago, so this is going to take some time here. But to see that headline from Fox, an attempted terror attack, I'd like to see the attribution and know more about it. We're obviously letting you know what we know as we learn it, and you're seeing these headlines cross the terminal and Bloomberg.com all the while. We should bring Terry in. Terry Haynes, of course, the founder of Pangea Policy and a regular voice here at Bloomberg, joins us now on Sound On. It's great to see you, Terry. Thank you for giving us a little bit of time. I had a lot of questions for you about what's happening in Iowa here and on the campaign trail, but I'll tell you what, it's hard to ignore this story at Niagara Falls. When you see a headline like that, it does seem to bring credibility to what Christopher Wray, the head of the FBI, has been telling lawmakers, that domestic terror threats are near an all-time high right now.
Well, absolutely. And thank you for having me. One way I think about this is, I wrote a note for clients almost exactly 10 years ago, laying out where the parties were on immigration, on border security, and what was likely or more likely, or what was likely or not to happen. Really, I could exhume that note, and the parties would pretty much be in exactly the same place. But the ice is finally starting to crack in Washington a little bit on this, and it'd be too soon to say, to expect action. But this is the kind of event that will spur people into action. What you've heard in the last couple of weeks in Washington, I think, has been fascinating if you're interested in border security. Not only is border security funding policy changes part of the discussion around and an integral part of the discussion around Ukraine aid and Israel aid. But you've got people across the political spectrum that are saying that things actually have to change. Peter Welch of Vermont, I mean, somebody I've known for a very, very long time, very good guy. You know, Peter put the P in progressive pretty much. And Peter's been saying publicly over the past couple of weeks that something needs to change. We actually need to do something here substantively. And if you've got thoughtful people like Peter Welch saying that, you know, and you have an event like this that's just happened, you know, the stars are starting to align for some sort of action here, I think.
Well, change is one thing to hope for, and it's easy to talk about, but as we often learn and have seen borne out time and again, change is much harder to actually implement. Terry, even if something like this happening at the northern border, when a lot of attention has been paid to the southern border, does provide a bit more impetus, it still becomes a matter of trying to get everyone aligned, and how long realistically that takes. You mentioned how the border security issue is becoming very tied to the issue of providing funding for other countries' securities, Ukraine and Israel funding especially. Do you think realistically this is something that can be achieved in 2023, or is this a new year issue?
I've got it at 75% that something happens on this, the something being Ukraine aid, Israel aid, border security by the end of 2023. That's, you know, that's a little more than a 25%. 25% there is a little more than a trailing risk that something doesn't happen. But the way that this has been set up, and I know it was set up first by the president, and Republicans in Congress have really taken it by the horns. You know, something on border security substantively as well as on funding has to happen. Otherwise, you're not going to get Israel aid or Ukraine aid. So now we've got a real forcing event here. So once everybody comes back next week, I would look for the next 4 weeks to be chock full of that debate with an eye towards getting something meaningful done.
I don't know what your thought is on this, but it's clearly going to bring up a conversation about border security to the north and the south, Terry. Vivek Ramaswamy is in fact calling for the U.S. to build a U.S.-Canada border wall, not unlike the Trump border wall on our southern border. Is that a serious idea or not?
That's profoundly unserious. That is I read that as an attempt for Mr. Ramaswamy to reach out to 2016 and 2020 Trump voters and pretty much nothing else. And Ramaswamy's not a dumb guy. He knows that's an infeasible idea.
That's my kind of response, Kaylee. Imagine floating an idea and having Terry Haynes call it profoundly unserious.
You know, it reminds me of the Logan Roy in Succession thing where he says he loves his children, but they are not serious people. You just kind of gave me that vibe, Terry, just now. Of course, Vivek Ramaswamy still vying for the Republican nomination, as are a number of other candidates. It doesn't seem, though, at least at this time, that he is one of the running for the silver medal. This is a race for second place, as we know, with Donald Trump still out front. But Ron DeSantis, who is one of the two, the other being Nikki Haley, trying to get that second place spot. We're almost there. Did get a key endorsement in Iowa, and this is not the first that he has gotten. Kim Reynolds also had endorsed him previously, now an endorsement from a highly influential evangelical. Do you think that gets him that number 2 spot in Iowa, Terry? How consequential is this?
Well, I think it is consequential, Kaylee. It's certainly the stars certainly align well for Mr. DeSantis right now. Let's put it that way. You know, I have a little bit of a different take on the race, and let me start by saying it's awfully fluid. Iowa's caucusers are not going to focus with real intent until after the first of the year. I mean, we're talking about an event that's really going to happen almost 2 months from now. So not an inconsiderable period of time, and the holidays go by and all the rest. But I would urge people to look at it this way. The Trump national numbers mean nothing. National beauty contests are never relevant in presidential elections because the president is never picked that way. As we all know very well, this has to do with electoral college and not popular vote. So there's that. Trump's numbers in Iowa and New Hampshire are more than 10 points less than the national beauty contest numbers. We see a trend. We see two trends. One where the race is consolidating over the past 3 months, and I think it's really down to the Trump alternative is really down to DeSantis or Haley, and in no particular order right now. But in Iowa, DeSantis has put his entire campaign on winning in Iowa, and now he's gotten the endorsements of Governor Reynolds and now of Mr. Vander Plaats of the family organization, which are serious endorsements, substantive. They equate to boots on the ground, as Vander Plaats himself said. I'm paraphrasing, but said last night. I mean, these are the kind of endorsements that equate to people actually working for the nomination. Not just standstill kind of endorsements. So I think DeSantis has got some momentum here. I would look for the narrative in the national media to start in the next month or so to start wondering whether Trump is now underperforming, because it doesn't take much to look at or see a world where in Iowa Trump comes off a mid-40s and comes down into the 30s once folks' second choices, whether that be DeSantis or Haley, start kicking in. And then people are going to start to say, well, this is a horse race. This is a 2-person, 3-person horse race. We have a month going into New Hampshire, and we've got Christie still trying to push there because he's got the same sort of strategy as DeSantis does. So, I think there's actually a lot of life in this nomination process yet, and we should all watch for that over the next month and a quarter, past the first of the year, when things were really going to start either shifting towards the challengers, DeSantis or Haley, or alternatively, they run out of steam, and then it really does start to look like a Trump nomination.
Vander Plaats has backed the Iowa Republican winner in the last 3 contested Iowa caucuses. We talked last hour about how that worked for John McCain in 2008. Rick Davis certainly remembers it. Could we be in a world, Terry, then in which Ron DeSantis wins Iowa and Nikki Haley wins New Hampshire? What happens then?
Well, then you're going to have a situation where you have 2 viable challengers, no more consolidation yet, and you're going to run into this kind of the Super Tuesday block of states where it's going to start to look like either Trump is going to consolidate a vote, or the challengers are going to start to consolidate a vote, and either way, it looks like it's either done on the one hand, or on the other hand, it's a real live horse race. So, and we're still, 2.5 months out from that. So a lot of time left in this race.
2.5 months feels like a long time, but I think we all know
it's like
that's
barely
probably going to fly.
For this thing. Are you kidding?
Yeah, and it might, Terry, it might also be barely enough time to pass a budget, because we're talking Iowa here, and at the same time, potentially a government shutdown.
Oh.
Yeah, well, we're getting to the point of perfection now where there's just going to be like rolling continuing resolutions, temporary funding for all year, and we're not really that far off from that. Yeah, we're really not that far off from that. But what we're going to have in terms of government funding is a world where in mid-January, the Republican purists in the House are going to have to figure out whether they're going to throw another fit, or if they're of the kind that toppled Speaker McCarthy, to get something of what they want or not. But either way, what listeners should understand and viewers should understand is that this is all very demonstrative, performative on both sides. One side wants to talk about draconian cuts. The other ones wants to talk about the idea that they're starting to make them. That's really 1% out of 30% of the overall spending of the federal government. So that will roll us back to the dark days of fiscal 22. So in reality, we're arguing about almost nothing, but yet
it's a very small
but enough to shut the whole thing down. Hey, Terry, thanks for joining. we're very thankful for your contributions and your friendship and your smart analysis. We hope you have a great holiday. Terry Haynes at Pangea. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We do have stocks holding on to gains. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. The FBI is investigating a vehicle explosion at the Rainbow Bridge, which connects the U.S. to Canada at Niagara Falls. New York Governor Kathy Hochul says she has been briefed on the incident, and we are closely monitoring the situation. In the meantime, Fox News is reporting that 2 people are dead in what's being described as an attempted terrorist attack at the Rainbow Bridge crossing between New York and Canada. Again, the report of 2 dead, according to Fox News. Stocks are holding on to gains. Treasury yields climbed after data showed a further increase in consumer year-ahead inflation expectations, with some traders taking profits on dovish Federal Reserve wagers. The S&P 500 index is up by 22 points, a gain of 0.5%. The Dow up 175, also up 0.5%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 95, now higher by 0.6%. 10-year yield 4.42%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.91%. Gold down $7 the ounce to $19.90, drop there of 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.1%, $76.91 a barrel for WTI. Boeing's largest 737 MAX variant has been given so-called type inspection authorization by the FAA that clears the path for the next phase of flight testing for the long-delayed model. Boeing shares, they're up by 0.2%. Again, recapping, stocks are higher. S&P up 21, up by 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
The Canadian Safety Minister speaking now says the situation at Niagara Falls is very serious, and we'll keep you up to date on what is happening at our northern border today. We'll have an update later from Bloomberg News' Sarah McGregor, who's been all over this, and we'll come back to give us an update on what we do know. We're seeing a lot of headlines fly, and we're going to be very careful and deliberate about the information that we share with you. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington this day before Thanksgiving. This is a story obviously we couldn't have expected, and it's one that's moving quickly here, along with a couple of stories from the world of politics. You see, Dean Phillips running against Joe Biden is out with new ads.
Yes.
That invoke the likeness of JFK passing the torch. In fact, I think that's the label, of the title of the ad, passing the torch. Not sure he's going to be in a debate stage anytime soon with Joe Biden, but the congressman is leaning into this campaign. He was asked on CNN, Kaylee, about kind of what his motivations are and whether he thinks that Kamala Harris is not fit to succeed Joe Biden, which probably wouldn't help him if he expressed that. But here's how he managed that question. Dean Phillips on CNN.
No, you know what I'm saying, actually, and what I've said directly to many, and would actually say to her if she was right next to me: run. The water's warm. We live in democracy. What is everybody so afraid of to actually exercise our democratic muscles? It doesn't happen on its own. You got to plant seeds, you got to water them, and most of all, you got to participate.
The water's warm, and we welcome Gregory Cordy, Bloomberg Politics reporter, at the table here. It's good to see you, Gregory. I'm not sure what Congressman Phillips is thinking about, but it would be very untypical for a vice president to decide to primary their boss at this stage of the game, wouldn't it?
It's also unusual for a congressman of the president's party to primary him in an election too. So I mean, obviously, look, he's not in a position to say, I'm going to be the one to challenge Joe Biden and then close the door behind me, right? If he's doing it, he's got to take the position that anybody can do it. But he's the only one who's sort of had either the guts or the gall or the chutzpah or whatever you want to call it to actually do it and try to put his name on the ballot.
Yeah, although it really becomes a question of how competitive he realistically is with the presumptive Democratic nominee, what opportunities he'll even be afforded, because unlike the Republican primary debates, although Donald Trump has decided not to participate in them, we're not likely to see Biden on stage with Dean Phillips, right? We might not even see Biden on stage with Donald Trump, assuming he's the Republican nominee.
No, the Democratic National Committee has been pretty clear that when you have the incumbent president, this is something both parties do, right? When you have the incumbent president, you circle the wagons to clear the field to make sure that your guy has a clear shot to the nomination. And that means no debates. And it means that that Biden has pretty much engineered the rules so that only he can win. Dean Phillips is campaigning in New Hampshire, but from the very moment that he put his name on the ballot, he was ineligible to get delegates from New Hampshire under the new Democratic calendar system. And so he could get a moral victory. He could certainly damage Joe Biden, but I don't think anybody anywhere outside of Dean Phillips' immediate household thinks he has any kind of shot of winning.
I'm not sure. Have you talked to
I was going to say, surveyed all members of the household on that one?
Just to be accurate. Let's talk debates. Let's talk about the general election debates. We got dates and cities. Earlier this week, they start September 16, Texas State University. There's a question about how the RNC and how the Republican nominee, whoever it might be, handles the commission this time. Remember, they were going to to boycott the commission, is what Ronna McDaniel had suggested coming in to this cycle. They didn't like the moderators. They didn't like the format. What's this going to become?
The Commission on Presidential Debates has been kind of informally in charge of this debate process since 1988. And really, I don't know that there's ever been since then as many questions around the debate schedule as there are this year.
Yeah.
Ronna McDaniel, the RNC chairwoman, says we are not participating. The Biden campaign has yet to commit to it. You could say that it's early, and that's what the Biden campaign position is.
We don't really
it's too early
believe
to
they're
commit.
not going to show up, do we?
But yeah, look, in any other year, you would say it wouldn't even be a question. Of course you show up to a debate. But remember, in 2020, we were supposed to have 3 debates. We only had 2. One was canceled because of COVID.
Yep.
There are still some hard feelings in the Biden camp about the fact that it later came out that President Trump had tested positive for COVID. This was in Mark Meadows' book. His chief of staff said he had tested positive for COVID before the second debate, before the first debate, and Trump participated anyway. So there's still a little bit of lingering hard feelings about that. But then another question is, the commission set out the thresholds for third-party candidates, 15%. For the first time since Ross Perot, it's possible that we could have somebody like Robert F. Kennedy Jr., maybe this no-labels candidate, be it Joan Manchin or somebody else, could pass that 15% threshold. I checked in with both of those camps yesterday, and they said, usually you hear third-party candidates saying, oh, the criteria are too high, we can't make it. They're enthusiastic about the 15% criteria. They think they can make it and they can be on the stage. And so what does that do if you have 2 candidates and not a third, if either Trump or Biden is boycotting? It's a very combustible mix this year.
Well, the fact that a third party thinks they could reach the 15% threshold speaks to this fact, at least that is showing in polls, that there is a large chunk of people who would not like Joe Biden or Donald Trump to be president again, that they just do not want to see this matchup, which kind of raises the specter of something Terry Haynes was discussing with us in the last block from Pangea Policy, that it might not be Donald Trump, like that realistically he might not be as strong as he's looking in polls, that we're still more than a year out, just a little bit less. Anything could happen. A lot of it's going to be decided in Iowa and New Hampshire, right? If Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley can't get it done there, then what?
Yeah, I mean, certainly there is, it's an unusual campaign in that Donald Trump is the de facto Republican incumbent. And so you do have DeSantis and Haley, and to some extent, Chris Christie, trying to knock him off that perch. It's closer in Iowa than the national polls would suggest. You're seeing some momentum, certainly from Nikki Haley. And then even in the past few days to a week, you've had Ron DeSantis picking up key endorsements from the governor, Republican governor, Kim Reynolds, and Bob Vanderplaats, who's a very important evangelical leader in Iowa. Evangelicals make up 37% of the Republican electorate in Iowa. Bob Vanderplaats is a very influential voice there. So, look, we're coming up on we're on 47 days, something like that, until the Iowa caucuses. Still a little bit of time. They tend to break late. People sometimes show up when they arrive at their caucus site. Is when they decide. So,
how malleable is the commission when it comes to formatics? If they think they've lost the room, could we have a moderatorless debate? Could we have an exercise where the microphones turn off automatically? I mean, what is it that would actually bring both D's and R's to the table here?
Yeah, the commission was set up as a nonpartisan sort of venue to sort out all of these issues, and could be sort of a neutral arbiter. But here you have campaigns. I think what you're suggesting is maybe they leave the picture entirely and just campaigns talk directly to each other,
or they sanction whatever the campaigns come up with. I can't imagine the commission wants to be done with this exercise, but maybe has to update the process.
No, look, for decades, the commission has had a very important role in providing a venue for this, and they see their mission, by the way, as sort of educational. The colleges where they host these debates get a lot out of it. The debates are more than about just these television spectacles, although that's a lot of what it is. There's a lot of issues yet to be decided in terms of the format. There's usually a town hall style debate. There's usually a foreign policy debate. All of that could be up in the air if one or more candidates decided that those formats don't suit them. And I think what we're seeing is just a lot more skepticism about institutions in general, be the commission, be the media, the moderators.
Yeah.
There's a lot of working in the moderators that lead up to these debates. It's a really hard job to be in between those two candidates and trying to referee.
I'll be fascinated to see whatever form these take. Also, though, November 30, talked about it yesterday, Kaylee.
DeSantis v.
DeSantis Newsom. I don't know. Maybe he gets a bump out of that. We'll see if it matters. Maybe that sets the new precedent for these debates. Gregory, it's great to see you. Happy Thanksgiving to you. I hope you have a great holiday with your family. And thanks for always spending time with us and bringing us smart talk. We've got you up to date now on world and national news. And for that, we turn to Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. All border crossings near Niagara Falls are shut down after a car apparently blew up at a checkpoint on the Rainbow Bridge. Canada's public safety minister, Dominique LeBlanc, spoke with reporters a short time ago.
It's being taken seriously, especially.
A piece of infrastructure as important to Canada and the United States, like a border crossing, sees this kind of violent circumstance, it's a source of concern for the government of Canada and for the United States. So we're taking this circumstance very seriously. But to speculate on the origin of this particular circumstance, the reasons why this may have happened, until we have more accurate information, is simply not responsible.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul says she is traveling to Buffalo to meet with law enforcement and emergency responders. Fox News is reporting the incident was an attempted terrorist attack and that 2 people in the car were killed. After more than 6 weeks of fighting, Israel and Hamas have agreed to a deal that would free about 50 hostages, women and children, in exchange for Israel releasing 150 Palestinian prisoners, also women and children. Bloomberg's Bill Ferry says there will also be a slight pause in the fighting.
It's a 4-day pause, but there's a potential for an extension here if Hamas agrees to release more hostages. So basically for every additional 10 hostages the Hamas releases, that extends the pause by a day.
Bloomberg's Bill Ferries. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with the latest developments out of Niagara Falls. The FBI is investigating a vehicle explosion at the Rainbow Bridge, which connects the U.S. to Canada at Niagara Falls, New York. CNN is reporting that a car exploded on its way to a secondary search at the border crossing, injuring 2 men. Rainbow Bridge bans commercial traffic and mainly serves tourists. Fox News is reporting 2 dead. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's office has released a statement saying he has been briefed by his national security advisor about the situation and is in contact with U.S. officials. New York Governor Kathy Hochul says she is traveling to Buffalo to meet with law enforcement and emergency responders. Stay with Bloomberg for the very latest on this developing story. Treasury yields climbed after data this morning showed a further increase in consumer year-ahead inflation expectations, with some traders taking profits on dovish Federal Reserve wagers. The S&P's up 9, a gain of 0.2%. The Dow up 115 points, up right now by 0.4%. NASDAQ up 39, higher by about 0.3%. 10-year yield 4.41%. The 2-year 4.91%. Gold down $8 the ounce to $19.90, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, $76.99 a barrel on WTI. NVIDIA shares down now by 2.2% as investors digest the latest earnings report out of NVIDIA. What about the broader market backdrop, specifically technology? Torsten Slok is chief economist at Apollo Management.
Well, the big picture really here is that everything that's going on in the tech world, it doesn't happen in a vacuum. What's very critical about this situation is that we still have the Fed having rates at very high levels at the moment, and that's certainly having a negative impact across the board on companies that have no cash flows. So that's why even the forward PE for NVIDIA is, of course, also heavily dependent on whether we will have that slowdown that the Fed is trying to engineer.
And again, we do have NVIDIA shares down now by 2.1%. You can hear more of the conversation with Torsten Slok on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Again, recapping, stocks are higher. S&P up now by 11. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
We'll keep updating things from Niagara Falls, and we'll talk a bit later on this hour with Bloomberg News reporter Sarah McGregor as headlines continue now. A little more than an hour after this first broke. You'll be able to read a lot more at Bloomberg.com and on your terminal as well. But reports now that we have 2 dead, and Kaylee, a series of bridges closed. This happened near the Rainbow Bridge, but 3 other spans are closed as they try to contain the situation, and we hope to learn more. One of the other stories we're following brings us overseas and, of course, to the price of oil here. We were gearing up for big OPEC meeting this weekend. Now it has been rescheduled.
It has been postponed to November 30th, and this raised a lot of questions and, frankly, a lot of fear in the market right now because this is a cartel. They have to make joint decisions on what their production is going to be like. That directly affects the oil price, and the delay of the meeting suggests that they're having a little bit of difficulty deciding what that production should look like. And if they can't keep an agreement together, we've seen this happen in years past where it has dramatic implications for oil markets. So we wanted to get a little bit more insight into this. Joining us now is Ellen Wald. She is a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, also the author of Saudi Inc. Ellen, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, Saudi Arabia plays a really critical role in this. They have been shouldering a lot of the burden of production cuts to this point. And I just wonder if this signals to you that the Saudis are less willing to go it alone now, that they want everybody to be moving together and not everybody is willing.
Exactly. And the Saudis have definitely, and at times this is not the only time that they have extended their goodwill and made extra production cuts outside of what they're technically obligated to do under the OPEC and OPEC Plus agreements. And so, but these are not indefinite. The Saudis are not going to keep 1 million barrels a day off of the market forever, and they're certainly not going to do it if other members aren't fulfilling or living up to their parts of the deal. And the way that OPEC Plus this production agreements are structured essentially that every country has a baseline production, and then whether they are decreasing or increasing production comes at a proportion of that. So every country involved is going to cut, say, 5% from their baseline, or they're going to increase by 3% from their baseline, and that's how they maintain this kind of fairness. And so what we're seeing, or what we think the issues are right now, is that the baselines have changed. Some countries are not able to actually produce as much as they were, in 2016 when these baselines were created, and other countries have invested and expanded their production capacity, and so they'd like higher baselines. And back in June, a whole bunch of African countries were told that their baselines were going to decrease unless they could prove that they could actually produce more by November. And now it's November, and a lot of these countries are very upset because if their baseline decreases, it means that they're going to have to cut production because they're supposed to cut a certain percentage of the baseline. And this is very distressing to them. And so I think this is one of the main reasons why the meeting is delayed.
So, Ellen, could we be in a world then in which some of these disagreements lead some members to consider leaving OPEC?
That's entirely possible, and I think that is probably preferable, at least for the kind of core membership. That's a preferable alternative to, say, not having any agreement or to capitulating in some respects. And this has happened before. In 2016, when they reached the overall declaration of cooperation where they all agreed to cut, Indonesia left the group because it said, we can't afford to cut at all. So they essentially just left the group. Since then, Qatar has left the group. So it's not unheard of. It would be, I think, very difficult if a large number of African producers left, because recently a lot of these members have joined. They are representing a big and an important source of production for the future. And so I think OPEC would really like to do what they can to keep these members in the group, because for the future, that's very important to them, and to keep these members in, because the more production that happens outside of OPEC, the less control and influence OPEC can have over the market supply.
Okay, so let's talk about those prices, Ellen. What price is it that you think Saudi Arabia, for example, would like to see? And what price range could we see if there is no agreement on production potentially and everybody decides to pump a lot, or if there is and they decide to constrain supply even more? For those in Washington very much concerned with the price at the pump, what's the risk here? How asymmetric is it?
So I don't think that, I think there's a very low risk that prices are going to go high. We're in a period now where prices generally trend lower. We're looking at issues in terms of demand. There's some weaknesses, economic weaknesses that people see in China. So I don't think we're really at risk of, suddenly having a massive production cut that's going to send prices sky high. I would say we shouldn't really be worried about that. But what we could be worried about is the group falling apart, or the group becoming less in line with the market. So when you have countries that are producing and they're not producing up to their quota, or the quotas don't match, the market lacks the right information about who's pumping what oil. And that's really important, I think. And so bringing these numbers in line with their actual capabilities provides really vital information to the people who are looking at the market and saying, hey, wait, how much actual oil is out there? And I think that provides really valuable information and helps decrease volatility. So what we're looking at now is increased volatility with the potential for things to go farther downward. If we don't get any agreement, I think it's unlikely we won't see any agreement, because OPEC can always try to maintain the status quo, which isn't great, but at least it's something, and it's better than, say, an all-out supply production contest. I think we're unlikely to see that, but there's definitely this period of tension, and the question is, how far will Saudi Arabia take this to push these members to actually conform to what they want? And that's the real question. And the Saudi oil minister, he can be somewhat of a live wire.
Ellen, we always learn something when we talk to you. Ellen Wald, many thanks for joining us today on Sound On, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council, author of Saudi Inc. just looking at average gas prices going into the holiday here, Kaylee, $3.28 nationally. A year ago, we were at $3.63. At least there's that. This is Bloomberg.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Tough day for a number of retailers after earnings. The clothing company Guess reported net revenue that missed estimates. Guess shares down now by 9%. Nordstrom reported total revenue that missed estimates. It reported last night. Today, shares down 5.4%. And clothing retailer Urban Outfitters reported comparable sales that missed estimates. Urban Outfitters now down by 12%. NVIDIA shares tumbling 2.3% after earnings. So with NVIDIA behind us, what about the broader outlook for mega-cap tech names? Larry Adam is Chief Investment Officer in the Private Client Group at Raymond James Financial.
I mean, if you think about it, what you saw yesterday, what you've seen from the big mega cap tech stocks in general has been the trifecta of good things, right? They've beaten on the top line, they've beaten on the bottom line because their margins continue to expand, and probably most important, they've continued to raise their guidance in the future. And when I look at valuations, right now the valuations of those in aggregate are pretty much where they've been over the last 3 years. But over that time period, they've more than doubled the performance of the S&P 500. So they've been keeping pace with their earnings, with how good they've been doing in the market. So I think that continues into next year.
And you can hear more of the conversation with Larry Adams on the Surveillance Podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Among some of those big tech names, they are higher. Apple up 0.3%. Shares of Meta Platforms up now by 1.2%. Alphabet shares are advancing by 1%. And those are some of our top company stories at this hour. And this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
We continue to learn more about the situation at Niagara Falls. If you're just joining us, there has been an explosion that forced the closure of 4 crossings, beginning with the Rainbow Bridge crossing between Canada and the U.S. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines. And Kaylee, we've heard talk of a potential terror attack from Fox News. I think that's still a single source as far as Fox's reporting here. But ABC says they have now found what's been described as a briefcase or a suitcase that has aroused suspicion. So we're clearly not near the end of learning the details of this story.
Yeah, and of course we know Governor Kathy Hochul is en route. The FBI is involved in this, as are a number of Canadian agencies, Joe. But of course a very much active and live situation, and we are literally bringing you details as we get them.
Yeah, all of this out of an abundance of caution, of course. Sarah McGregor has been following this for us. Bloomberg News reporter is back with us now for an update. We spoke about an hour ago, Sarah. Are we learning more about any definitive sense here of what happened and what side of the border this potential threat came from?
Definitive information is still slow coming. We have had more officials speak. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau in Canada said that this is they're taking this very seriously, and he's very engaged in a serious situation, but he's actually cautioned against jumping to conclusions. That being said, we have, various reporters for CNN and Fox reporting that people were killed, 2 people were killed, and they have unidentified sources saying that it may have been an attempted terrorist attack. So those are some of the things we're looking at right now. But in terms of confirmed information, we really just know this is an ongoing investigation by the FBI right now.
And I would imagine, Sarah, as things are ongoing, that the different border crossings, bridges that are closed will remain so for some time.
As of right now, there's 4 bridges in the Niagara area that have been closed, land crossings. We did get information from the local airports, including the Buffalo International Airport, that they remain open, but they've stepped up security. So travelers should take extra time for some of those precautions, like checking vehicles and passengers, extra hard before they get on the airplane.
This is clearly a major travel period, Sarah. Do a lot of folks go to Niagara Falls around Thanksgiving, or do we have a sense that this was kind of quiet before this happened today?
Like anywhere in the U.S., families are obviously traveling home. Canada, of course, it isn't actually Thanksgiving holiday there. It happens a few weeks earlier, right. But nevertheless, I think travel all over the U.S. right now is supposed to be at some historic highs this Thanksgiving weekend. So I think this could cause a disruption, of course.
And Sarah, as you and Joe and I and others are looking for more information on this, do we have a sense as to whether this is being handled federally by both the U.S. and Canada? Is this state law enforcement, all of the above, that are at the scene trying to sort this out now?
So we have heard that the FBI is leading the investigation, but of course it's working with Canadian authorities like the border officials in Canada, as well as local and state authorities. So images from the site right now show that the area has been completely cleared out, obviously, of travelers, but officials are there right now trying to investigate what happened.
You're doing a great job for us, Sarah, and I really do appreciate how responsible you've been with your reporting. And I know you're in the throes of covering this in real time for a number of different platforms here at Bloomberg. So thank you for stopping down to help us out again here on Sound On. Bloomberg News reporter Sarah McGregor with us. I'm sure by the time we come back on Balance of Power, Kaylee will have a little bit more to talk about. That, of course, is at 5 p.m. Washington time, and we'll be holding forth on Bloomberg TV with whatever we find out by then.
Yeah, again, the details are coming very quickly, but we're trying to be very careful with the information. This is a live situation. There is still a lot that we don't know, Joe.
Well, that is absolutely right. A lot we don't know, and to the point that Sarah was making, you're going to see a lot of headlines here. There's a lot of different reporting. Not all of it will be accurate, and we're trying to take that with as much responsibility as we can. In the meantime, there's a holiday tomorrow, and I hope that you're ready to do it right with the help of Charlie Brown. I'm deeply thankful for Kaylee Lines as I walk into this Thanksgiving holiday. We've got a lot of cool stuff coming, you know. So
Yeah.
eat up and rest up.
All right. I'm thankful for you too, Joe, for
Well,
the
thank
record. Also, I knew you were going to play Charlie Brown Thanksgiving
of
music at the end
course.
of this show.
I may not be able to see it this year. I got to hear it. Bloomberg Business Week starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
A very good afternoon, everybody. Live from our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, streaming on YouTube and, of course, on Bloomberg Originals. It is Wednesday, November 22nd, the day before Thanksgiving, and we are, Tim, myself, monitoring the explosion at the Rainbow Bridge, which connects, as you've been listening to Bloomberg, connects the United States to Canada at Niagara Falls, New York. We also know that as a result, those border crossings have been shut down. There's 4 in total there in terms of between the United States and Canada. So they have all been shut down. We just heard from our Sarah McGregor talking with our Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons that the FBI leading this investigation. There's a lot of news reports coming in. We're going to monitor it. It's fast and furious a little bit too, and so I feel like this is one of those cases where we have to be very careful about what we don't know at this point, but we are monitoring it and we'll bring you any headlines or developments.
Yeah, I should note that Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg has been briefed on the explosion. If we do hear from any administration officials, including him or perhaps the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, we will certainly bring that to you live. In the meantime, Carol, interestingly enough, I'm looking at a market that is up across the board. Not too much of a reaction. We did see stocks move a leg lower at around 2:30 this afternoon, but it seems like investors are not extremely concerned about what's happening at the Canadian border.
No, absolutely not. And it seems like we had much more reaction to some of the day's economic news earlier on, which we will get to a little bit later on, because we did see U.S. yields back up again, particularly along that 2-year note right now with a yield of about 4.9. So we'll get into that, some of the day's data. We're also going to get into why you need to be beware of the double dip in 2024. And while we watch what's going on at the U.S.-Canadian border, we are watching what's going on between Israel and Hamas. Looks like a short truce. The big question is it going to change the course of history in the region? We'll be on that as well.
Also, it is the day before Thanksgiving, so we are getting ready to feast on turkey and all the fixings. Although, don't be surprised, Carol, if Ozempic rocks your Thanksgiving table.
So timely a story. I'm fascinated by it. Our Business Week team all over that. We're also going to look into struggling in 2 sectors. We're going to get into sustainability and what corporations are doing, basically, and what's going to be the hottest year yet. And then we're going to look at what's going on in healthcare, shortages, burnout, restrictive policies. We've got 2 good voices on that as well. And then
there's a little bit of chocolate to round out the program.
We need something softer to end up this week, this day, but don't go anywhere. Right now, we're going to talk about the markets. We're going to get you an update on that explosion. Right now, Countdown to the Close starts.
Countdown to the Close. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage ahead of the U.S. market close starts right now.
This is the Countdown to the Close. Romaine Bostic here alongside Katie Greifeld. We're joined now by our colleagues Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms. As a lot of folks set out here for travel for the Thanksgiving Day holiday here in the U.S., and a very somber reminder here of just how perilous sometimes things can be. We continue to monitor the situation going on right now at the U.S.-Canadian border in Niagara Falls, where a car that was crossing that bridge into the United States exploded. Multiple reports are now saying that this was intentional. We did get confirmation from the Canadian Safety Minister who called this, quote, a violent act. There are still a lot of details, Carol, that we do not know. What we do know right now is that border crossing is shut, as long as several other border crossings in the Niagara Falls region.
Right. The Peace Bridge, the Lewiston-Queenston Bridge, the Whirlpool Bridge, along with the Rainbow Bridge have been shut down. And, you know, Romaine, you're right. There's some details that we feel like we have gotten confirmation on, but there's a lot that we don't know. We know the FBI is leading this investigation, obviously working with U.S. and Canadian officials on this, trying to gather more information. Different sources reporting different things about possible fatalities, but again, we're looking for some more confirmation. ABC News talking about finding a briefcase, but again, these details, we're waiting for full confirmation really from the officials who are on the scene.
This is coming at a time which is set to be among the busiest travel periods of the year, not just on roadways, but also at airports and at border crossings, Katie. So it is important to keep in mind that, there are many people who will be traveling for Thanksgiving in and throughout the United States, and this only comes at a time when you can certainly expect heightened security around this.
Absolutely, and of course, not just by road, by these bridges, but by air as well. And what we know so far is that Buffalo and Niagara Falls, the airports in those regions, they still remain fully operational at this point. That's according to the Niagara Frontier Transportation Authority, but they have stepped up security there when it comes to security checks.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that transpires.
Yeah, I just want to put this in context, too, just in terms of the number of folks, at least the folks in the U.S. traveling. Something like 30 million people, this is according to the FAA, typically fly in this 11-day stretch surrounding the Thanksgiving holiday. AAA, which is the Automobile Association here, says about 49 million other people will actually use their cars for long-distance travel over the 5-day stretch from Wednesday to Sunday. And then you have another 1.5 million travelers that are going on buses, trains, and cruise ships to get to where they go. So this is a big travel weekend. And even though what happened in Canada may not affect a lot of those folks, it's certainly got to be top of mind as everyone sets out.
Yeah, you really hit the nail on the head. And
I should just to interrupt you, Tim. And we are getting additional details from some of the local authorities here in New York, including from Mayor Eric Adams of New York City, saying that he has sent NYPD officers to offer support upstate, but he did say that the city here in New York City is now on heightened alert due to the situation up there in Canada.
Right, so enhanced security in a city that knows, certainly if this is ultimately terrorism, that knows terrorism all too well. And what's interesting, Katie, is I think about, the market's very subdued reaction, but this is one of these reminders where we all thought this was going to be a quiet week. We had a lot of corporate news, no doubt about that, but it's also a reminder that things can kind of come at us, and when it comes to relating it back to what is our audience in a big way, is certainly the investing audience. These are things that can certainly attack sentiment, consumer sentiment, market sentiment, and that can certainly just provide a very significant factor going above and beyond any fatalities or any people who are impacted. But it's one of those things that can play into sentiment big time.
Absolutely, and it's a good reminder, too, that we are at very tense crossroads when it comes to the geopolitical landscape right now. You think about what's going on in Ukraine, you think about what's going on in Israel and Palestine right now. Of course, that hit to sentiment is real.
All right, folks, we're going to watch the headlines. I know you guys are on your side. We are as well, and we'll keep everybody up to date and bring any new developments to our Bloomberg audience on many platforms, on radio, on TV, on YouTube, and, of course, on Bloomberg Originals. We will, though, wrap up the trading day at 4 p.m. Wall Street time. We'll see you then.
Gobble, gobble, the turkey goes. Gobble, gobble, the turkey goes. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Can I have a turkey to eat? It's Thanksgiving. Let's go.
All right, everybody. Yeah, it's one of those weeks. Let's not forget, it is Thanksgiving Eve, and we are definitely going to monitor what's going on at that U.S.-Canadian border. But at the same time, we've been watching markets, and when we talk about market reaction today, we really saw, certainly when it comes to U.S. Treasuries reacting to some of the day's economic news. Treasury yields rose after data showed a further increase in consumer year-ahead inflation expectations. We had traders kind of weighing a raft of economic figures for clues on the outlook for what the Fed, Tim, ultimately does next.
Yeah, when it comes to yields, we saw 2-year U.S. yields top 4.9%. The S&P 500 rebounding, though, after a brief pause in the November rally. The S&P 500 up close to 0.4% right now. It is tracking the index to have one of its best November gains on record, Carol, gaining more than 8.2%. Only 6 other times since 1928.
All right, so let's get into it. Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul, grateful to have him back with us, along with Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist Gina Martin-Adams, who we only scratched the surface with yesterday when it comes to her 2024 outlook and the idea of an unprecedented double dip in 2024, which we continue to kind of talk about throughout our show yesterday, both here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. I want to get more of that outlook from Gina, but Stuart, I want to start with you. First up, the day's economic news, further increase in consumer September year-ahead inflation expectations, applications for U.S. jobless benefits falling last week after a run of increases, and then we had durable goods orders declining in October more than expected. Is there a net, or is there one report that you think our audience needs to really take note of?
Unfortunately, it's a little bit of a mixed wrap of data that we were getting today. So yes, we saw year-ahead inflation expectations and long-run inflation expectations tick up despite the fact that gasoline prices were declining. Perhaps it's the more expensive Thanksgiving meal that everybody's now paying for on a year-over-year basis that's weighing on people's minds through the November survey.
But it's not that much more expensive, right?
Not that much more.
Unless you have to actually pay for groceries, then it's a lot more expensive.
But compared to from 2021 to 2022, it was a much bigger jump, wasn't it?
Correct. The rates of change are slowing. Right? Yeah. The growth rate is slowing.
I'm like, where?
So it's still going up, just slower.
That's right. That's
more
right.
slowly.
And despite the fact that wholesale turkey prices have been declining.
I know, I saw that from the FDA. So how do you explain the way people feel then?
So it's interesting. You would think that when we have such major decline or a major decline in seasonally adjusted unemployment insurance claims, maybe people would be feeling better, but their expectations for the labor market have been deteriorating. We saw that in the Consumer Sentiment Index. And the thing that people have to keep in mind is that on a non-seasonally adjusted basis, unemployment insurance claims still went up by about 10%, right? And that's really what matters when we're looking at things like consumer sentiment, right? So on a non-seasonally adjusted basis, claims still went up less than anticipated. Holiday season hiring is always a little bit clunky.
Right.
So that is going to be something that's weighing on consumers' minds.
We actually had a guest yesterday in the retail sector who said retail hiring was down 40% from the peak in 2021
is what she said, okay.
The peak. And so we were like kind of shocked at that number because retailers are just holding off hiring.
Yeah, labor market's undoubtedly cooling.
All right, so Gina, come on in. There's sentiment, then there's fundamentals. I want to talk a little bit more about this idea of a double dip. So talk to us a little bit about it and what we need to kind of understand as we are almost into 2024.
Yeah, so we run what we call our economic regime model, which is a real-time assessment of what's going on in the economy. It does include sentiment, as a matter of fact, and sentiment has taken another dip here after it reached, I believe, record lows in 2022. Our model suggested that the economy weakened materially in 2022, and we did see a subsequent weakening in the S&P 500 earnings stream at that time. So when we got into 2023, we were looking for a bit of a bounce, and indeed we got it out of the model, suggesting, hey, maybe the earnings outlook is about to get better. And now all of a sudden we're back down. So this is an unprecedented experience in our model, which goes all the way back to the 1970s.
So the idea that earnings go down twice?
It's just been very bouncy. I think the economy is really difficult to time because you look at the LEI, for instance. LEI has never been down 7% year over year, and we're not in recession. So we really clearly are experiencing precipitous weakness, except for in the job market. And everyone uses the job market to try to date the economy, but frankly, when it comes right down to it, what's happening in the other indicators is much more important for what's happening in earnings, and earnings drive stock prices. So I've got to pay attention to a lot of other indicators that are not the economy or not the labor market. And I think that's creating a ton of confusion.
So even though the labor market may be strong, that doesn't mean corporate earnings are going to be strong. And it doesn't mean it's going to be good for the equity markets.
And corporate earnings have followed our model really closely. Corporate earnings, 2022, we had 3 sectors produce earnings declines. 2023, we had 5. There really is little left.
You guys talk about it, but I feel like it gets kind of thrown under the table.
Because everyone looks at the headline, everyone sees the job market. They think the economy's kind of fine because the job market's okay, and we're looking for that job market to weaken, and that'll be the last shoe to drop in our work.
Okay.
Not the first, but the last. And I think that that's really controversial right now, especially when you look at recent recessions going back to 1980. It just doesn't usually happen that way.
So curious, Gina, about why we're seeing the equity market only 5%, the S&P 500 only 5% off of all-time highs, given the outlook that you and the folks over at Bloomberg Intelligence have.
So for a start, because you had a 20% decline already in 2022, right? I think perspective is really, really meaningful. You had a 20% decline in 2022 when the economic model dipped the first time and we saw earnings recession emerge. The economy bounced back a little bit more than many had anticipated in 2023. Remember this time last year, everyone and their brother was saying we were falling into recession in 2023. What really happened is we saw a little bit of a modest recovery because a lot of the layoffs and the deterioration in economic momentum that occurred in 2022 ended. Then we bounced back a little bit in 2023. We may be dipping again, but the economic model is dipping. The earnings are not. And this is a big distinction between 2022 and 2024, and this goes back to what we were talking about before. 2022, 2023, we saw tremendous earnings weakness. We saw tech stocks really readjust. We saw communication stocks really readjust. We saw financial stocks adjust materially in 2022, 2023. That's half of the market cap of the S&P 500 was in monstrous recession. S&P 500 earnings fell 13% on average. In any recession, they fall 17%. So we're already well beyond the halfway point of this recession. Now, if you look at the sequence of how stocks typically price recession, by the time the NBER tells us we're in recession, we are way past it. Most of the time, we're well past the halfway point of recession. 80% of the time, the stock market is already in recovery. Most of the time, it's already back near those all-time peaks. So the market moves way in advance of the economy. And I think what's happening in the market right now is we got that little bounce in 2023, but we're also anticipating that that kind of continues into 2024. And this puts us in a difficult position because it's more of a waffly outlook. It's not, I don't think that the economy turning over is going to create this massive downdraft in earnings. It's too late. Earnings have already corrected. Companies are ready. Companies are beyond talking about the macro already, and now they're telling us they're focused on how do they fund their growth going forward. Those are their big issues that they're talking about.
But no guarantee for the markets.
No guarantee, and certainly there will be weak spots, and those weak spots will probably be consumer related.
So what kind of economic downdraft do we get, and you guys are sticking to?
So, again, we're sticking to it, a relatively mild recession beginning late this year. So December, we're thinking that we're going to start seeing that the cooling of the labor market rippling through into economic activity, primarily through consumers. We're already seeing, as Gina was saying, financing conditions making it really difficult for businesses to fund expansions. Fixed investment is really looking
You reminded us that I think that the Fed is focusing on that came out in the minutes, big time.
Financial conditions and financial stability in the minutes. And of course, on a Q over Q basis, the outlook for inventories is pretty dismal, and that can end up being a huge swing factor. I mean, inventory accumulation accounted for nearly 30% of growth in Q3. So going into Q4 and looking at the data, it's a really difficult place to be.
Hey, I just wanted to go get this. I know it's a little off topic, but I know Stuart has been following this closely. We're still following the explosion of the Niagara Falls Bridge. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says it's, quote, very serious. There are economic impacts here, too. Stuart, I know you and the team have gone and looked at some data around the economic value of crossings across bridges in the Niagara Falls area. What did your team find?
So this is primarily going to end up being a security issue more so than an economic issue. There are 4 bridges that cross over Niagara Falls. You have the Rainbow Bridge, which we saw the explosion. We have the Whirlpool Bridge. Both of those 2 bridges are passenger-only bridges. There are 2 other bridges, though, that make that same crossing that are cargo bridges, right? So you have the Peace Bridge and you have the Lewiston Bridge. There are about 1 million trucks per year that pass in each direction across those 2 bridges combined. And by my best estimates, they do about $60 to $65 billion a year in total cargo that grows in cargo going in each direction. It's a major point of entry for imports into the U.S. that go down the entire eastern seaboard. So $60 to $65 billion. In the context of total U.S. trade, where we do about $3 trillion in imports,
not much.
Not a huge deal. In the context of U.S.-Canadian trade, where we do about $480 billion in imports, it's more material. But since this is more so a matter of resolving what the security issues are, it's not something that's going to take a full year to resolve. It's going to be most likely resolved relatively quickly and not going to have a material economic drag.
2023, though, still one for the record books, I feel like, or just for the shake your head books. Both of you, thank you so much. Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul and, of course, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist Gina Martin Adams. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and this update is brought to you by Glenmead. Glenmead offers sophisticated wealth and investment management solutions combined with the personalized service you deserve. Your wealth, your mission, your investments. Let's talk. Visit Glenmead.com to learn more. Stocks holding on to gains. 38 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. 38 minutes to go until we begin our Thanksgiving dinner preparations. We've got the S&P up 18, higher by 0.4%. The Dow up 181, up 0.5%. Nasdaq up 69. That is a gain of 0.5%. 10-year yield 4.41%. We do have the 2-year yielding 4.90%. Gold down $7 the ounce to $19.90. Drop there of 0.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.1% at $76.94 a barrel. The long Thanksgiving holiday represents the busiest travel period of the year for the American aviation industry. Helene Becker is an airline analyst at Cowen & Company, and she says there is a reason why your flights may be getting out late.
You've seen in the New York area especially, but it will occur in other markets. The FAA asking the airlines that serve the market to cut capacity. So we've seen this trend to more seats per departure and fewer departures per day in an effort to smooth things out.
And you can hear more of the conversation with Helene Becker on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Among discount airline carriers, we've got Spirit up today by 2.6%. JetBlue up 0.2% among some of the discount airlines that we follow for you. Again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 16, a gain of 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Mentioning airlines there, we do want to point out a headline just crossing the Bloomberg from the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration. The Buffalo Airport will be closed to departing and arriving flights. So obviously, in connection with that explosion at the U.S.-Canadian border, we are seeing the FAA close the Buffalo Airport at this time.
Yeah, it couldn't come at a worse time when it comes to holiday travel. The TSA says that historically the 3 busiest travel days of the year of this time period are Tuesday and Wednesday prior to Thanksgiving, and then the Sunday afterward, Carol. So there are many people right now trying to make their way wherever they are going, and having one airport shut down doesn't just mean having one airport shut down. It means that it creates this bottleneck throughout other areas of the country.
Into or out to as,
exactly.
en route to another destination.
Yeah, so just expect more disruption as a result of this.
We'll continue to monitor and bring you any of the latest headlines. All right, folks, speaking of headlines, it's been fast and furious over the last almost 5 days, and we finally have an answer to will he or won't he? And we are talking about Sam Altman because he is returning to lead OpenAI. If you're keeping track, it's been fewer than 5 days after he was pushed out of one of the world's most valuable startups, setting off a shock back and forth drama that transfixed Silicon Valley. And I got to be honest, all of us, and certainly the global AI industry, just kind of watching the play-by-play here.
Okay, not everything is exactly the same as last Friday before Altman was fired. There are some governance changes. There's going to be an initial board. It's going to be led by Brett Taylor, the former co-CEO of Salesforce. Larry Summers is going to be a director there. He's former U.S. Treasury Secretary. Also, we should note a paid contributor to Bloomberg TV. An existing member, Adam D'Angelo, the co-founder and CEO of the question and answer site, Quora.
All right, so let's get 2 guys who've been all over the story over the last 120 hours. Tom Giles back with us, executive editor at Bloomberg Technology. He has been nonstop, name on no fewer than 38 stories and headlines in the last 5 days, although I'm guessing there could be even more, a lot more. He's on Zoom in San Francisco. Mandeep Singh is here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. He's senior tech industry analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He too has authored a handful of reports in the last few days about the implications of this drama. So you guys are in the thick of it. Hey, Tom, let me start with you. Was this the best outcome?
Well, if you're Microsoft, certainly they are a winner in this equation. This is the company that is the biggest shareholder in OpenAI, and they were also poised to hire Sam Altman. When he initially was fired and then not rehired, and they hired someone else, Emmett Shear, Microsoft said, "All right, well, we'll take him." And suddenly, about 700 of their 770 employees said, "Well, we're going to leave too." So Microsoft comes away as a real big winner here. I'd say Sam Altman and his inner circle also are going to be big winners here insofar as they come back to OpenAI and they're going to push for a real reimagining, an accelerated reimagining of what this company is, what it stands for, and how quickly it pushes toward commercialization and profitability and running itself like a business. This is a company that started as a nonprofit tasked with the exploration, the scientific exploration of artificial intelligence. And it certainly is still doing that. But what you've seen Sam do over the years is push it further and further into the direction of being a business, a thriving business that's growing, attracting investors, bringing in, creating products and lining up customers. And those things sometimes are at loggerheads with something that's more of a scientific, philosophical approach to the exploration of artificial intelligence. And that thing really came to a head with his firing on Friday. So now he comes back, and I think there's going to be an accelerated reimagining what this company is.
Fascinating. So, Mandeep, come on in. You've been writing a lot of research. Microsoft and OpenAI, do they need each other? Why or why not?
I mean, they absolutely need each other, and the last week has shown how much Microsoft is invested in AI to the point that, they were willing to take the entire staff and, have them as employees. Look, I mean, the original, if you go back, 1 year when Microsoft originally partnered with OpenAI, the idea was they wanted OpenAI to use Microsoft Azure's compute capacity. They wanted, to be that early cloud player that positioned itself well in generative AI. And they did that. It worked. Then they standardized everything, their co-pilots, their search around OpenAI. When you look at the competitors, Amazon and Google, the two competitors in cloud, their growth has slowed down in cloud this year because they didn't have that generative AI, OpenAI aspect of it. And I think it's interesting given how much, Microsoft benefited. This thing happening so suddenly really caught them off guard. And they've probably helped steady the ship, but I still think there's a lot more to come in terms of transparency, why it happened, were there any safety issues that the other board members felt? Obviously, the employees didn't believe in the earlier board, so the board had to change. But I still think there's more answers that will come out in due course of time.
I agree.
And I think that reporting is going to continue to trickle out, so no sleep for either of you guys over the Thanksgiving holiday, although that's not what I wish for you. Hey, Tom, come on back in here. Carol asked you about the winners here. What about the losers here? Are there any competing companies who could have had an opportunity to kind of seize the moment, but now that Altman is back at OpenAI, they lost that opportunity?
Well, I think if you were a competing company and you were, looking on Friday afternoon, the minute he got fired, I am sure that he was being inundated with offers because people see him as a true visionary. They see him as the driving force behind the successes that OpenAI has cranked out over the last several years, but in particular in the last year, and the pace at which those are coming out. But what Mandeep said was really true. When Microsoft partnered with OpenAI in such a dramatic way to the tune of $10+ billion, that really catapulted them to the forefront ahead of people like companies like Google, which should have been, for all intents and purposes, the true leader in artificial intelligence. They had DeepMind. They had their own in-house. This DeepMind is an artificial intelligence startup that they bought in the UK, which was really at the cutting edge of this research. They had their own in-house AI effort, and they just moved too slowly on generative AI. And so when you saw Microsoft really strengthen its partnership with OpenAI, that really lit a fire under Google, and Google remains on its back foot in all of this. And you're going to see, as Mandeep said, you're going to see Microsoft incorporate, not only benefit from OpenAI because of the computing power and its use of their cloud services, but also incorporating generative AI into more and more of their products and making those products, even being the search engine that none of us uses, maybe even making Bing more relevant, not to mention what they do to their business products that are the real lifeblood of Microsoft's revenue stream.
Come on in, Mandy.
No, and that's a risk, right? So if you look at the Amazon and Google approach, they want to develop their own large language model, and all their products will be driven off of their own large language model. OpenAI is still an independent entity. Granted, Microsoft has a 49% stake.
Right.
But tomorrow, if things fall apart and, again, Sam is back running the company, so you would hope things stabilize. But that's a big risk for Microsoft not having its own large language model.
I feel like, we kidded yesterday that it was TBD, and I still feel like there's still TBD to be, kind of in this story in terms of what happens with OpenAI in the future, or whether or not somebody big comes out and is a real challenger to that company.
I don't know if there's anyone out there who's...
There is, Anthropic. I mean, these are ex-OpenAI employees who started the company.
Carol was talking about it earlier today.
Yeah, and both Google and Amazon have taken a stake in the company. So just that...
So it's amazing because they're sort of like these, I don't want to call them pawns, but they're like these avatars of the larger companies that are duking it out.
It used to call Tiger Cubs, off of, Tiger Management.
Global, yeah.
And the reason why Anthropic was started because the co-founders felt that,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Guys, listen, we have to go. We're going to